Hello, dear viewers. We welcome you today, which is the fourth day of our Voice of the Teachers Conference 2024. And today is actually the last day of this conference for the year. Permit me to call to the floor our awesome and brilliant and well-experienced teacher, who is also actually based in UK. So I'm trying to let us know that we are going to hear from someone that has mingled internationally. And trust me, you will get more from her. Permit me to leave the floor for Miss Oyebola. Miss Oyebola, please take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vivian. Hello, everyone watching on Zoom, via YouTube or Facebook. Thank you for joining in. And this is quite a very interesting topic for me, and I know for a lot of you, and it's also a controversial topic. However, it is what needs to be learned, what needs to be discussed and brainstormed upon. So I will be talking about embracing diversity and inclusivity for sustainable education. So the topic is bordering on diversity and inclusivity, okay, in our schools. Course outline will be to discuss, firstly, we're going to be discussing the definition of terms. I know a lot of speakers have explained what sustainability in education is, but for the sake of this session, I will be going over that definition of terms again. We'll be looking at the definition of diversity and inclusivity and why it matters in education, you might ask. Okay, so what's exactly what is diversity with education? Is it not to come to class and teach? So we're going to be looking at why it is connected to education and the importance of both of these two principles. And then we're also going to be looking at strategies to promote inclusion in schools. We're going to be looking at barriers. What are the barriers we're facing currently in Nigeria? And not even only in Nigeria, you might be surprised, in many parts of the world, okay? What are the barriers to inclusion? Even in Western countries, there are barriers to inclusion, and they're trying to work around it and, make it better. We're going to be looking at roles of educators, okay, and policymakers in this, in what we are talking about today, and then how can we sustain inclusion in schools? And then we'll be rounding up with call to action and questions and answer. So permit me to introduce myself. My name is Oyebola Odeyi, and I'm an education consultant. I was a former director of academics and head of a school in Lagos State before I relocated. I have had about 2 decades of experience in teaching, and one of almost a decade was as a school leader. Okay, I also consult for schools, both primary and secondary schools, training school leaders and educators on the 21st century, teaching pedagogies and SEND, special educational needs and disabilities. And I train on education policies, implementation of new strategies to improve educational programs, and the development of robust curricula based on the British curriculum for schools. And I also I'm a business analyst, and I've brought in my BA experience into school management processes in school. My philosophy of education is based on experiential learning because it's an articulated learner-centered educational approach for the 21st century. So that is me in a nutshell. Right, let's dive into definition. So what is sustainable education? You might ask, why? Why are we talking about sustainability in education? Well, for me, I think it's the same definition all around. It is just the way we put it, okay? For me, sustainable education is actually a 21st century teaching approach that aims, and that is the underlining word, that aims to equip students with knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values for a world shaped by social, economic, and environmental challenges. Okay, so when we understand that education now in this day and age is not just going to school, it is to equip children in critical thinking and problem-solving skills so that they will come out to be able to solve, bring solutions to problems, the current problems in the world. Then and there, we understand what sustainability or sustainable education means. So it is intentional. Sustainable education is intentional. Okay, it is meant, it is an adaptation into the curriculum to enable these children be able to think on their feet when they graduate, to be able to solve problems around their communities, to be able to bring, contribute to national development. That is sustainable education, okay? And it has principles. There are principles surrounding sustainable education. What are these principles? Okay, the principles are based on student participation. They are based, or they are built on the methodologies, the current educational methodologies we have to, we have to engage the children in. That is what will help us achieve sustainable education. And what are these methodologies? What are the 21st century educational methodologies? They are inquiry-based learning, problem-solving, project-based learning. Okay, they are active learning and skill development. These are the pillars of sustainable education. These are sustainability principles, okay, that has to be integrated into the curriculum, into our teaching methods, into the school management system, into fostering critical thinking and creativity, as well as problem-solving skills, so that they can make informed decisions and responsible future actions. You can imagine a graduate who thinks throwing trash or bin into a flowing river or a flooded area is okay. That means that that person has not graduated. He should be sent back to school. And these are the activities, these are the values that we still have in our environment. We still exhibit, we still see people exhibiting. A speaker mentioned something about people, what she would change if she becomes a leader. And she mentioned people stopping on the road and urinating along on the roadside. Things like this, these values, these current values that needs to be changed. And the methods we're going to use to change these archaic and backward thinking of values are the things that are sustainability principles. Okay, so defining the diversity and inclusion. Now, what is diversity? What is inclusion exactly? And why are we talking about these today? Diversity encompasses the unique characteristics, experiences, and perspective that each individual have, okay, that make each individual unique. Your characteristics, as we are gathered here today, we have different backgrounds, we are from different cultures, different ethnic groups, and these make us unique. All these experiences, all this perspective of life make us unique. That is diversity. So when you see in a class, in an average class of 10, average class of 15 or 20, and you look at the children in there, aside from their cultural background, what else do you see? You will see that they are diverse learners. This is diversity. So simply put, diversity is the presence of differences within a school setting. Now, let's move on to the definition of inclusion. Inclusion involves welcoming and respecting and valuing these differences. So it is not just enough for us to acknowledge diversity and say, oh, yeah, we're all different, but we are the same. Oh, Ms. Vivian is from the eastern part of the country. Ms. Bola is from the southern or the western part of the country. We have someone from the north also here. Oh, yes, we are a diverse group. But are we engaged or are we performing inclusion? Are we welcoming, valuing these differences? Are we creating an environment where everyone feels a sense of belonging and have opportunity to thrive? That is what inclusion is. So the first step is, oh, are they diverse? Do we have diverse learners in this class? Yes. Acknowledging that does not stop there. The next step is to understand these learners, to understand how we're going to help them, support them where needed. And that is practicing inclusion in the classroom. So it ensures that all individuals feel valued, respected, and are able to participate and contribute fully. An inclusive environment actively seeks to understand. We seek to understand and accommodate the needs of these diverse learners. A school does not seek to understand and accommodate the needs of the diverse learners and modify his or her curriculum or methodologies to meet the needs of these diverse learners is not practicing inclusion. When we practice inclusion, then we are empowering them to thrive and succeed. So simply put, inclusion means ensuring everyone has access to the same opportunities and are equally valued. Like I said, the opposite of inclusion is exclusion. So if you're not practicing inclusion in your schools, then you're definitely practicing exclusion. Now, what are the benefits of including inclusivity? What are the benefits of diversity and inclusion? Like we said, inclusivity means that you are creating an avenue to understand and meet the needs of different or diverse learners in your classroom. So, and the benefits are, it reaches even up to national development. Because when you meet the needs of diverse learners in your classroom, you are giving them the opportunity to succeed. You are giving them a fair opportunity to participate and engage with the curriculum. You are putting them on the success map. You are seeing ability in their disability. And thereby, you're giving them that opportunity to engage with the larger society and bring in their quota, because a child that is well educated, a child that that has access to education will definitely contribute to national development. And do we wonder why there are so many beggars on our streets? That should be a provoking thought for us, a food for thought. Why are these children on the street? When we ask ourselves that, instead of being on the street, why are they not in vocational schools? Why are they not in the universities? Some of them, it is just about a physical disability. It doesn't affect their brain. It doesn't affect their learning prowess. It doesn't affect their ability to learn, to read and understand. So when we see all these things in our communities, in our societies, and we are provoked to make changes, then we should start making our government accountable. We should start making our schools accountable. We should start putting in place a way and a channel to ensure these children have access to education so that they can contribute to their society, contribute to national development. So what are the benefits of including students with diverse learning needs or special needs, if you want to call them, into schools? There are lots of them, and some have been put on here. Regular students in full inclusion setting learn to understand that students with special needs or diverse needs are a part of a community and can contribute their unique gift and talent to that community. It fosters a rich learning environment, okay, leading to success in education. It prepares students for global citizenship. And global citizenship, the principles of global citizenship are based on equity. We'll be talking about that in a minute. Diversity, empathy. Are our teachers empathetic? Are we grooming our students? Are we nurturing them to have emotional intelligence? Are we basing, is our principle based on justice, based on equity, based on fairness, based on equal opportunity for all? No child must be left behind. Is this our policy in schools? Are we developing this kind of policies in schools? If we are not, then we are practicing exclusion. The importance of diversity. Embracing diversity and fostering inclusion are essential. It enhances learning, they enhance learning experiences, improve student performance and engagement. Like I mentioned before, children that are regular children are able to understand the children with learning needs, learning disability, children with physical disability, children with special needs, and are able to help. You are raising a community. The way you want to see the larger community out there is the way you should raise your classroom community by inclusion, by promoting inclusion, by stimulating your students to understand that they have to have empathy. They should develop emotional intelligence. So it promotes personal growth and development. It reflects and respects societal diversity. What is the importance of inclusion in schools? Like I mentioned, it cannot be overemphasized. It brings about equity in access to school resources, the culturally responsive and teaching practices. It leads to culturally responsive and teaching practices. When you practice inclusion, that is the best practice all over the world, as stated by the United Nations, okay? And it brings support for all learning needs and styles. A teacher will see that she's developing herself to be able to give support, intervention for all learning needs and styles. And then you're becoming a 21st century teacher. Then it brings about fair policies, balanced policies, that we know that these children are the future. They are our future. They're Nigeria's future. So no child must be left behind. They are going to be contributed to national development. And that is why we have to look into this aspect of education and promote inclusion in our schools. Now, talking about equality, equity, you could see that the common word that has gone all my 3 slides, at least 3 slides now, is equity. So what is equity? I would like to show or talk about, show this, this slide, this picture here. We can see reality, equity, equality, equity, and liberation. So my focus here is on equity, the difference between equality and equity, because sometimes we get it more muddled up, okay? And that's why I've brought in this picture. Usually we feel, oh, everybody should have equal access. Yes, it is good, but sometimes some people need more access than some other people. Let me give you this example. Things are hard, the society, inflation has taken over, and the economic situation of the country has been not really good. And then the government thinks, oh, what should we do? Oh, let's give out some palliative measures, okay? Let's give out everybody, each family, a bag of rice. And then we have the rich, the upper class citizen collecting one bag of rice, the middle class citizen collecting one bag of rice, and then the lower class, probably unemployed and a family of 6 collecting one bag of rice. So a rich man living in his mansion who probably has 2 bags of rice in his store that is untouched yet is also getting a bag of rice. Good. That's equality. You give everybody each one bag of rice. That is equality. But equity is when we try to understand the need of individual family and we say, okay, this category of people living in this area are people living under the minimum wage. There are people living, you know, they are majorly unemployed. The statistics has brought the data out. 50%, 60% of the people in this area are unemployed. And then the government says, okay, while the rich man, the upper class citizen gets a bag of rice, middle class citizen, probably that lives from paycheck to paycheck, salary earner gets 2 bags, then let's give the category of this unemployed and lower third class citizen, not third class now, lower citizens, maybe 3 bags per family, because they actually need this more. And that is when we're talking about equity. Ability to see and understand people's needs and meet their needs, give them the support they need according to their needs. That is equity. And that is where the world is turning to. It's no longer equality. It is more about equity, making things balanced. You could see the tall man having access to about 6 blocks here and standing so much tall. Everyone here are trying to watch a hockey game in a stadium, okay? And a wall is blocking their views. This man is already tall. The man in the blue shirt, as we can see, doesn't need any support. He is tall enough. He can see the view over the fence while standing. And another person who is a shorter man just needs 1 block to raise him higher to the level of the view of the stadium. While the third and the shortest man needs about 2 more blocks. And this is what it is also in our class when we are talking about diverse learners, when we're talking about SEN, when we're talking about diversity, when we're talking about inclusion. There are some diverse learners that are not able to learn like every other child in your class. There is no way all through our year, every year we meet those kind of children. Every year they come in. We meet this kind of children in our classrooms that need a little bit of extra support, that need a little bit of attention, that need a little bit of one-on-one. The ability of the teacher to be able to understand the needs of these learners and be able to key in and provide that support For instance, while I was a school leader, I used to tell preschool teachers, every teacher actually, but you know, in preschool, there's this setting that, you know, we have round tables and maybe 4 children are sitting around a table, another square table over there, you know, those kind of sittings, for instance. And I tell teachers, say, you group your pupils, put them into groups. The high flyers, you could give them a name, maybe the B group, while the lower ability children might be on another table. You could call them the butterfly group. When you are teaching in the class, when you're providing support, I should not find you in the at the table with the B group that are high flyers, that work independently, that are self-motivated. No, I should see you with your butterfly group, where they need your support the most. But most times it seems teachers tend to forget that children have diverse learning needs. And some teachers just, you know, maybe due to, I don't know, whatever, or maybe forgetfulness, or maybe, you know, they just neglect some form of children, some diverse learners in the classrooms. A teacher should give the scaffolding support, intervention support, any form of support to the diverse learners, the children that needs our attention, that needs our support the most in the classroom. That is practicing inclusion. That is practicing helping and giving equal opportunity to children. I have a quote here by Wiggle et al. It says, regardless of their level of skill and whatever they possess, or whether they possess a disability, people cannot be productive if they're unable to function in the society and the workforce. You could see in this picture, the reality, the first picture showing the reality. The man, the shortest man there, is just looking at the bare wall. In the second picture showing equality, is still, they gave them equal, everybody got equal blocks to stand on. The tall man didn't even need it. And the shortest man that needs it, the blocks more, is still staring at the blank wall, at the fence. Now, when it came to equity, you could see him participating. You could see him raising his hand. It's a goal. You could see him. That is the same way in our class. Let's take it into the classroom. When a teacher forgets to give support, adequate support to children of diverse learning needs, our utmost support, that is what happened. They stare blankly. They are alienated. They are marginalized from the curriculum, from activities. But when you are able to provide adequate support to that child, you will see their active participation in learning. So the picture says it all. There's no need for any more explanation. So let's move on. Barriers to inclusion in schools. We have identified barriers to inclusion in schools, and it's not only about Nigeria. Even in Western countries, there are barriers to inclusion. But what is better, or what they are doing better, is that they are working assiduously to remove these barriers. And that is why there's training on training. They call them CPD, continuous professional development for teachers, provided by schools, by the government, even teachers themselves, you know, go and, you know, get in their hands dirty into trainings, trying to, you know, get knowledgeable and get the policies. And another thing they're doing better is that they are churning out policies that schools follow. On SEND alone, they've brought out about 3 or 4 policies on inclusion, on diversity and on special educational needs and disability. In this country, they brought out the first one in, I think, 2013. And they keep reviewing and reviewing and updating and updating. And as they're updating and reviewing, they're sending to schools. Schools are implementing. So these are the kind of barriers we're seeing. Barriers to inclusion in schools, systemic inequality and barriers. The system itself is not, accommodating people with special needs, with diverse learners. I remember reading in the news of a governor's son who has a disability and being, excluded from coming into an eatery to buy, to order for food. And I was like, there we go again, Nigeria. So these things happen. It is the system. How can somebody on a wheelchair be excluded from coming into an eatery, a public place where you make money? You are collecting that man's money, the man on the wheelchair, you're collecting his money to offer him services, but you are denying him that service because he's on a wheelchair. So this is a very good example of systemic inequality and barriers that we have to break down in Nigeria. So if the society is looking like this, so what are we expecting from schools? And these children are the future of the country. So when social justice is not upheld in the society, in a country, then there is no respite for people with disabilities, whether learning disability or physical disabilities. They cannot access social infrastructure. Their movement and engagement in the society are limited. They cannot work because the society and the government has not put things in place to ensure they can actively engage within their communities. And these people can work. Here in the United Kingdom, if you're searching for work, you're making application, you will see it on the application form. Do you consider yourself to have a disability? If it is a yes, they are going to make accommodation for you for the interview. If they require people to come for interview, if you have a disability, your right is that they are going to do a video interview with you. And you're probably going to be working remotely. And that will not stop them from employing you. So these are things we're seeing that we're looking at and we're like, when can we, and thank God for Voice of Teachers. This kind of platform is a good platform to sensitize teachers, to sensitize educators. Lack of representation in curricula and staff. So we have, when there are no considerations for learners with diverse learning needs, the curriculum has to be broken down. But when there's no consideration, then the curriculum is like that. The teacher will do a lesson plan for a regular student. She will not consider the lower ability children. She will not consider even the talented. And if you must know, talented children are part of children with special educational needs. They are under that category. Talented children are under the category of special educational needs. So when you have a brilliant child, a genius in your class, she has special needs. And you have to do differentiation for that child. The same way you're doing for lower ability children that do not understand or have, that don't have the ability to understand things that you teach properly. The same way you plan in your lesson plan, you make accommodation, you do differentiation You plan for them. What extra worksheet am I going to give them? What simplified worksheet am I going to give to the lower ability, to the children with lower ability? What plan am I going to make for the children with higher ability, that the geniuses, the talented child? That is the way our lesson plan, that is the format our lesson plan should go. And when a teacher is able to infuse this into our lesson planning, she is able to meet all categories of learners. We all know the three categories, the basic, there are more, but the other branches or categories are based on these three categories of learners, which are the visual learners, the auditory learners, and the kinesthetic learners. So the auditory learners are the children we say, oh, they are smart, because I just stand in the class and explain. I explain how a volcano looks like. And an auditory learner will assimilate it, pick it up, and the next day, if that child has never seen a volcano before, if he sees the volcano on the TV for the first day in his or her life, that auditory learner will remember and say, oh, yeah, this is a volcano that Ms. B was discussing, was talking about in class. They will remember it. But a visual learner might not. You just describing it, a visual learner will not get it. Even if he's seeing the volcano live like this, he might still not connect it until you show him a picture. This is how, or a video, this is how a volcano looks like. This is how it erupts. Those are visual learners. They deal with graphics, something to draw, a picture to help them connect what you have said in the class and understand. And then the third category of learners are the kinesthetic learners. These children, you want to involve them to make something, hands-on activities, color and paint a volcano after you've shown them. Draw and color a volcano or make a volcano. It was fun making volcanoes in our primary schools, where we'll put soda and menthol inside. We do the paper mache and bring it together, dry it, and then we make the liquid, the chemical go together and erupt. These are these are the ways kinesthetic learners learn. Something you make them do. And if a teacher or a school has not reasoned yet to start infusing and meeting these major categories of learners in their schools, in their classrooms, enough with the rote teaching, enough with the lecture method teaching, that will not bring about creativity, that will not bring about critical thinking, problem-solving skills. So these are barriers to inclusion. Insufficient training for teachers. Many Nigerian teachers do not have sufficient knowledge of the learning needs of their students. Sometimes we like to blame schools. We like to blame the government. But you yourself, are you going, even if I can't pay, there will be times in Nigeria as a growing teacher during my early days in teaching that I could not afford training, but I can read it up. I'll be like, oh, this is what they're talking about. So this is what I would have gone to pay 30,000 for. Just to sit down and talk about, I will read it. And thankfully, there's so many research results that will come out as I try to Google. Are teachers doing that? Are we doing that? This holiday period, have you sat down to say, okay, let me even check. What are the new educational trends that I can learn, online, that I can read up? Then the last barrier to inclusion is resistance to change. Many schools still, conduct the rote methodology in teaching. It's still so prevalent in our schools. And this is the 18th century methodology. Right now, there are 3 C's in the 21st century education: communication, collaboration, and creativity. If these three are not infused into our curriculum, into our teaching, by way of, engaging students in hands-on activity, inquiry-based activities, and project-based activities, then we are not going to be the change we want. We're not going to see the change we want in education. Strategies to promote inclusion. I've mentioned some of those things. Multisensory material, that's an error, please. Individualized instructions. One of the speakers yesterday talked about personalized teaching, and that is what it is, individualized instruction. Assistive technology. Modified assignments. I've mentioned that in your lesson planning. Have you modified your curriculum? Have you modified worksheet and assignment for your lower ability students that have more difficulty in understanding the concept, to help them scaffold to bridge the gap between where they are and where they should be? Individualized instructions, a one-on-one or group teaching. A teacher should never shy away from taking groups, teaching groups or one-on-one after the session, to ensure that that child that is still lagging behind in understanding and comprehension of the concept taught, to be able to bridge that gap. Differentiated instruction, I've mentioned that. So modified assignment is under differentiated instruction. Anti-bias training for staff. Many of our teachers are biased. If they have one single child with learning disability, you see their reaction. It will be written all over them, like you have given them the hardest job in the world. So until we change that mindset to know that, oh, I need to bring this child, I need to give this child support to access this curriculum, and to help that child succeed. So we should encourage inclusive classroom discussion, infuse multicultural events, accessibility to facilities and resources. How can equity be achieved in education? Get to know your students. One thing we do in our school is that we get to know our students. The first week, in fact, even in the UK, they don't wait until the first week of resumption before a teacher gets to know the new pupils. No, right from third term, we have met all the pupils that are coming into the class. That week after assessment, and the teachers are working on report, that is the week we bring in. So we call it a transition day. So the year 4 that are coming into year 5, I came into year 5, that are coming into year 5 in September. They came for a visit, a whole day. It's a whole day with the new teachers. And it's all about meeting them one-on-one. What's your name? What are their likes? What subject they like, And then the outgoing teacher too, or the former teacher in this case, will let them know, okay, these are the areas you need to work on. Transition notes. We do that in my school in Nigeria as well. Give the new teacher an update on the academic level or status the child is currently on, and what she needs to work on in the coming school year. We already have our transition day. Every child, the child graduating from year 1 already gone to year 2 to meet the teacher. They've known their names. They're all around the school. Oh, that's Miss this, Miss that. Transition day is always an exciting time for them. So get to know if you are not doing that yet in your school in Nigeria, fine. The first week of resumption, the first 2 days, get to know your students. Know their learning styles. Assist those that are most in need. Just like the analogy that I gave in the preschool setting. And it is even possible too in elementary. In the UK here, we also, in elementary, we also put them together in tables. They merge their tables together in a fun arrangement. So if you are working with lower ability children as a teaching assistant, you know where to go. You know that the children, you know, in the front or in the middle, the teacher will let you know. Or when you're doing cover supervisor, going into the class for the first time, the teacher will let you know, oh, this table over there, those are the children that, you know, you need to pay attention on, you might need to help. Embrace differences. When children are different, embrace it. Difference does not mean a bad thing entirely. To be different means that the child just learns differently, and embrace it. Respect that of the child. Do you allow the high flyers to take over your class, and you shun the lower ability children? So before you ask a question, the children that are you know, high flyers already answered all the questions. You say, yes, that was good. Clap for yourself, and then you move on. That is a wrong approach. The children that know the answers should be the last that you will call to give the answer. Pay attention. Give your most support to those that are still trying to, you know, process your information, process your explanation. Role of educators and policymakers. What are the roles of educators in this thing? I have mentioned it all through my presentation. Training. Professional training. Getting informed. Information is power, they say. When you have information, you will know that, wow, this methodology I've been using is, wow, I need to change. Then you even be getting ideas. Okay, this is what I can do better. Oh, wow, I'm going to use this in my class. I'm going to try this. Peer grouping is also a 21st century methodology. Group work. Don't leave your class without peer grouping, without group work. Pair your students together. Let them have a discussion. Give them 1 minute to have a discussion on what you've said, or bring out their own ideas. When you've broken the class up for 5 minutes for discussion, group discussion in pairs, then you break them up again, they come back to their seat, and then you ask questions. You will be amazed at the amount of knowledge, of the amount of creativity these children have. It is because we've not been trying these methodologies, and we don't know that they work fantastically. So, teacher, you are a change agent. And how can you be a change agent in your school, even if your proprietor does not know anything about inclusion? By continuous professional development, by advocating for inclusive practices. As a school owner, as a school leader, or as an educator, be an advocate for inclusive practices. While other educators are complaining, give them knowledgeable ideas they could use. I remember we have this method at my former school, where if you go on training, whether it is the school that trained you or you went to train by yourself, you will come back and train the teachers. We will have a forum, and you will share with us what you've gone to learn. And I remember that it really worked, because people that didn't have that money to go and pay for that training are able to gain. The idea here is that you are not competing with any teacher. The idea is that we are sharing so that we can help these students, we can help these learners to achieve what they're supposed to achieve. And it was a good practice for us. Reflect on personal biases. Do you have personal bias against children with diverse learning needs? Sometimes we might not be able to answer that until we reflect on our attitude. Your attitude to children you receive in your class when they have diverse learning needs will tell you whether you are prejudiced or you have bias against, children with learning disability. Build a supportive community, build a supportive school community. And what is it? What is the role of policymakers? Policymakers here involves school leaders, officials, Ministry of Education officials, regulators, anyone that is in charge of making a policy, whether for a school or for education at large, at the local government level, or at the state level, or at the federal government level. Comprehensive diversity policies have to be in place, even within the school community. Inclusion committees and task forces. This is for federal government or state Ministry of Education. Task forces that will ensure children are in school, irrespective of their disability. Funding and resources, of course, this will be for the federal government and state governments, respectively. And then regular assessment and feedback mechanism. Sustaining diversity. How can we sustain this? By fostering a culture of continuous improvement. I can't overemphasize that. Training, continuous improvement, professional improvement, then embracing emerging trends and research. When we all go onto the UN SDG goals, we will understand better. I think probably next time we'll just have a whole session on that SDG goals, so that we can all, under education now, so that we can all understand. It is one of the SDG goals, inclusion in schools. This is what the United Nations discovered in many countries of the world, that children with diverse needs, children with disability, whether learning or physical disability, are being marginalized all over the world. And they have impressed it on government to ensure that there is inclusion, that schools are inclusive. And in the West, in the developing countries, they are reducing special needs school to some certain level. Not all children go to special needs anymore. They bring them into the mainstream. They bring them into the mainstream school so that they can practice inclusive education, fairness for all. And I think I didn't mention that inclusion has its roots on social justice. Social justice has its roots on human rights, under human rights, social justice, and inclusion. Education for all, that is what we are talking about. That is what inclusion is talking about. Ongoing commitment and adaptation. We have to continue to be adapting our methodologies. We cannot get tired. Then long-term vision and strategic planning. Call for action. Let's set a vision for a sustainable and inclusive educational future, to create a sustainable and equitable. Now that we've seen the difference between equality and equity. Equitable educational environment. The entire community will benefit when learners from all backgrounds feel welcomed, supported, and empowered. Diverse perspectives lead to more innovative solutions, deeper understanding, and a stronger sense of belonging. In summary, we have seen that achieving true diversity and inclusion requires a comprehensive, multifaceted approach. It is broad. This has to be compressed so that I can achieve my 1 hour, time constraint. It demands continuous self-reflection and policy reforms, like we've seen in developing countries. They are churning out policies every day, sending it to schools. You won't be a teacher if you don't if you don't read that policy. If you're not trained to some certain extent to understand, safeguarding in children, to understand, inclusive, if you want to go into inclusive teaching as a support, like as a special teacher. Staff training, a genuine commitment to equity. Only by making diversity and inclusion central to our institutions, mission, and daily practices, can we build the just, accessible, and enriching educational systems our communities deserve. And now we are at the Q&A question session. That brings me to the end of this presentation. Thank you all for listening. Do we have any questions at this point? Any questions or contributions are also welcomed. Share your experiences, teachers. This is a good time to really reflect and, you know, those questions you've been thinking about while teaching. This is a good time you could express yourself, or if you have, an addition to what I've said based on your experience, you're welcome to, you have the floor. Please, you could just unmute yourself and talk.
Okay, well done, Mrs. Bola. I have a question. I was distracted when you talked about the 3 C's. I was a bit distracted.
Yeah, okay. The 3 C's are majorly collaboration, communication, and creativity. These are the 21st century 3 C's in education that every school should strive, to bring in, to engage their children on. So it's called the 21st century education.
Okay, I got it, the process. Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Bola.
Thank you.
I want to appreciate your contribution, and when you get to a certain level, or when you've taught for many years in awareness, right? You wonder how it is possible that a classroom can be run without differentiation. Do you get? And I don't know about you, if you are in a private school in the UK, whether you have experienced a private school in the UK. I really can't wait to experience a private school in the UK, because I go to many public schools and they don't freaking differentiate, So it's almost that thing back to, it always depends on which adult you meet in the classroom. Fine, they've all been to the same kind of basic training. But if a teacher is just not passionate enough, I don't know how to explain it, or if a teacher is just not, as in, it all sometimes all boils down to that extra mile you're going to go, where you know that you have to attend to every single, like I've been in a classroom before, again with a special needs child, and the teacher was happy asking all the people that knew the answers in front the question. She didn't even make mistake to come to the back where she knows that she has placed her lower learners. She did not make mistake. She was asking, just like, what is going on here? So it boils down to, we're tired of people that are falling into this teaching, It's almost like this is not that place where you fall into and you just, because it affects the kids and they can go, you do year 1, you do year 2, next thing you're in year 5, and you can't pass any exam that you write. It's crazy. And you just figure out that there's so many gaps in your learning, because someone didn't take their time to do the foundation. Anyway, it is well.
Thank you, Ijoma, for your contribution, for sharing your experience. Yeah, it is, it is I won't say it is limited to Nigeria. There are some schools that you go and actually And what I've noticed also is that they have even separate problems here as well. That is not that we don't you know, see in Nigeria, especially with behavior and, you know, sometimes yeah, mostly with behavior and discipline. So, but as regards meeting the needs of diverse learners, I know that here, from my experience, they usually give them teachers. I've worked in schools that within the classroom could be another classroom. So they allow teaching assistants to work with the lower ability children, even within the classroom. They will have a small demarcation and a small sitting corner where the teacher can, and I've done some of those jobs before, okay, where I was called in from my agency to work with children like that. So as a class, in the class, I work with children with lower, you know, disability.
Oh, definitely.
Well, yeah.
So
So
I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I'm saying
yeah.
like places that have maybe low funding and they haven't
Yeah,
created that. Yeah.
exactly. So, and that is it. That is, I've even heard, yeah, I've been to a school in the UK where they told me, oh, funding is zero. They're struggling. They can't, you know, they can't employ, you know, some certain teachers for special needs and these, you know, where, you know, when I establish relationship. Yeah, they've mentioned funding is a real factor here as well, but you know, they're also trying to overcome it. So there's no perfect system, and that's why, you know, things like this have to be talked about. We have to brainstorm and all that. But if we can also even present this kind of thing, engage our teachers in Nigeria to this level of knowledge, to this sensitization programs, so that they will know what is obtainable, what is working for a particular country, what is not working for them, and then learn through, you know, these lines and bring in and, you know, create our own that will really work for us. It will be a fantastic thing. Thank you.
Wow. As you were talking about this now, I'm just thinking, wow, is it that we should pardon our country, you know? Is it that we shouldn't be so harsh on them anymore? You know, I'm just thinking.
It's
Because
not easy. I think education is still evolving everywhere.
Yeah.
There's some people that have got it right. For me, the only system that I have experienced that I feel have got it right when it is done properly is Montessori. I cannot lie, you know, because of the fact that right from the foundation, it's already taken into cognizance those that don't learn straight jackets, as in if the three categories of learners, you are all welcome. You understand? It is already differentiated right from time. So there's no, you don't have to make a separate line of materials for anybody. Everybody can learn. The only thing is that if you learn quicker, you go through the concepts quicker. That's it. If you're a bit slower, then you need more repetition and more practice. So for me, it's Montessori for me.
Yeah, and I know that as regards countries that have gotten it right, Finland is one of the proclaimed country that has actually gotten it right in education. And so a lot of countries are trying to lean in and learn, you know, their system.
okay. And then Bola, you made mention of discipline. Well, when there is no discipline, then there's no education, you know.
Yeah.
So it got me thinking. In fact, I was dumbfounded, you know, because even Montessori, I can remember I read one of her books that says a disciplined child, you know, is an intelligent child. Okay. Yes, because that discipline is needed in education. Without discipline, what are we now learning? You know. So when you said it, it got me thinking, and I can remember, of course, we hear about all these things. Sometimes we take it for granted, Then in terms of that, then we will still mark Nigeria good in certain ways, when it comes to that discipline. In as much as some of our parents that travel out and come in, want to impose such culture, in our system. Is it that we have our good ones, and then we have the bad ones we are trying to change, and then certain set of human beings are trying to also make the good ones that we have to now move into the other sector of being bad? You can imagine.
Yeah, I think, well, it might not be at the same level, but all countries are currently struggling with discipline in schools right now because cultures are eroding. Even in Nigeria, discipline, even parents, things like that.
Yes,
Really,
I agree with you.
discipline is not as it used to be while we were growing.
Well, yes, I agree with you, but I just remembered, when you were talking, I became dumbfounded, like I said, because my mind was wandering. Yes, it's true. It's true that we have to give our country kudos in that aspect, honestly, when it comes to discipline, because we are still trying. Because I have so many friends, teaching abroad. When they talk about it's still this discipline, we score them high in other things. Yes, let's give it to them, However, still discipline, at least we are our own country, we know the level of discipline we have, and we are hoping that parents will not help to pull it down, the level at which we are when it comes to discipline.
Definitely.
And I'm not saying that discipline has to do with you flogging a child and all that, No, I'm not saying that, because I'm not in support of such too. Yes, some people say it's working for them, but then the truth is that some children will still have a setback on such kind of disciplinary measures. Okay. However, I want to believe that we are still, better. We are still in a very good level, if I should use that word. You see some of our people in America, honestly speaking, when it comes to the disciplinary measures, they will tell you, my children coming over here, that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
You keep hearing things like that, Yes, their system might be working for them and their children, okay? But as an African child, that thing that makes us different, because we're actually different from, all of that's why we say diversity. We are different, beautifully in our own ways, okay? And that's what makes an African child. Our parents gave it to us. We're trying to also give it to our children, hoping that our children are going to carry this along too, It works for them. But honestly speaking, an African child will tell you, this child, is this what? Okay, let's go in and see how we're going to sort out this. I keep using Ijoma because I think I was in Ijoma's life somehow, Ijoma might even talk more on this, because me, I've witnessed this. Let me say what I've witnessed. Maybe she didn't even know she was doing what she was doing. I see Ijoma's children went to Montessori school, I see Ijoma, Ijoma, the way she, tries to discipline her kids. She even wants you to be the one to realize, why did I do this? And why is it the wrong thing? And how am I going to correct myself? I look at her, sometimes I monitor her, how she deals with her children, how she communicates and connects, with these children of hers. And you are like, wow, if we could have many families also like this, being so intentional, to connect with her kids when it comes to discipline. Honestly, I give it to Ijoma on that aspect. And she has 2 boys, so they are twins of the same age, I give it to her. It's not only Ijoma, we have other different, families, but I'm just talking about my own person, yes, that I know,
it has to be intentional. It has to be an intentional thing. to instill discipline in children and ensure, your children learn boundaries. I think that is the major problem, in the West, in the Western countries, where there are no boundaries, and it's a serious problem. Yeah, it is for many families.
Yeah.
So we have to uphold that in Africa. We have to uphold that.
Telling you, yes, and not everybody going out coming to bring it in.
That
The
is
culture
it. That is
not
that is
into
the
our own
culture
system.
erosion. That is the
Yes,
culture erosion.
Yes.
Nigerians, we like to copy and paste. We are not copying and trying to adapt it and, take the good part, and no. We take it whole and want to, dump it. This is how it is done there. This is how it has to be done here. Things like that. So when it comes to parents and parenting, my fear is with parents, really.
Permit me to say this. So I got into conversation with a family here. Okay. So they were now saying that, well, you see here, they train the children, the children depend on you, in terms of course, provision as a father, as a mother. And when they grow, they have to leave you because they have to get their own family. And when they get their own family, they might forget you. They're not even going to remember you. It's just maybe when they even need, let's say, okay, they've not even gotten their family. Let's say they're in the process of trying to get the family, maybe getting a job, trying to plan for setting in, or even they have set into in a family and they're not yet comfortable. As they are calling you to tell you that they need your help for this. Maybe you have a car. Please, I'm coming to pick your car. You understand? I said, wow. In Africa, a child, when you have gotten a job, the next thing you're even thinking, what can I do for mommy and daddy? That's what you want to do. That's what is in your head. I don't know how parents did. I don't know how that was instilled in us. I know it's not all of us, but majority of the Nigerians. Let's use our country. Let me use my country as an example. Okay. Now, when he said that, I was like, wow. And I told him how it's done in my country. It's a majority of people living in my country that this is like a culture for us. We take care of our parents. That is expected of us. It's just that we have exceptions. Maybe the child, couldn't measure up. Then the parents even want to, help to push you. And if they help to push you, immediately you stand, they withdraw. And then you start taking care of mommy and daddy, But over here, no. For them, they will use the word. They told me as we were conversing, they said, it's not their responsibility. Yes, I'm not in Nigeria, we're not saying it's the child's responsibility, but I don't know, is it that our hearts or our thoughts are different? Because it's rare for you to see a Nigerian child, that has grown into an adult working, that will not remember, mommy and daddy need this, I'm going to do this. I'm not saying that maybe over here, as we were conversing, they said, this is how it is, that they will not also have exception. But we are talking about the average, the percentage, what's the level, of each, vice versa. So by the time they finished, this is a husband and wife, by the time they said what it is, I was like, wow. And they were like, you people are lucky, but when in our own time, we were like that. But now most of the children, no, all they want is their own. Mommy, you need to do this. Mommy, once you're even alive for them, that's how they remember you. So I guess we are getting it right. Let's not go to copy the bad ones. Let's be copying the good ones that will help us improve our lives and develop our living, for us to live on this planet Earth and enjoy it to the fullest. Thank you.
Sorry, please. I want to add something to the shock that comes with discipline. Yes, that is why I'm glad and I'm happy about this kind of platform that sensitizes not just teachers but parents too. A lot of things happen in school. If I am a parent that, tips a teacher very well, and I tell the teacher, you know what, anyhow my child behaves, just don't worry, just please, he's a baby. That's the usual slang I hear, he's a child, he or she doesn't know anything, please just manage her like that. It's a bad habit that he got from the grandfather's side. Please, let's just be managing him or her like that. And the teacher conforms to that for some reasons personally. Maybe I don't want to lose what's it called, from the side of those parents, favor. If as an educator you practice your 3 S, be firm, be friendly, yes, fair, friendly, I've forgotten the third one. But at the same time, if you practice these F's in the life of every child, you will understand that those parents, they will conform. They will get the message you're trying to send. I had these 3 parents that, they brought their kids to my class at some point at the same time. In my class, there are rules that children follow. You don't behave anyhow in Miss Sandra's class. You don't do this, you do that. For every this, you get a reward for. In fact, you even hear them, they tell themselves, Miss Sandra will be upset if you behave this way. And one of the parents came, and said, Miss Sandra, I think you're bullying my child, and by extension, you're bullying me. Why? Because I did not allow the child have her way. But what I realized was, when I schooled her, I told her that this is my stance. For this child to become the exemplary child you would want her to be, she has to behave in a certain way. Let us not forget that we're not just training these children for ourselves. We're training these children for the society. We have armed robbers, we have prostitutes. Oh, yes. Sometimes it's okay. Some adults make their decision, but some of them are foundational errors. I'm not just training my child for myself. My child might decide to marry into a family that the son was not well brought up, and it becomes a menace to me. It extends. So that is why, if we all put our hands together and, agree, okay, as teachers, as parents, every child needs to do things the right way without being selfish, without overdoing it, because not putting frustration on children and hitting them and all that, but letting them know boundaries, like Ms. Bola rightfully said. Set clear and defined boundaries. Let them know that there are consequences for every action, whether good or bad. It's either you get a reward or you get punished for it. I think we'll have a saner and a better society. Thank you.
Thank you, Ifeoma. That was a good contribution, and I like the way you also, advise the parents, and that's who we are as educators, because we are the professionals. We have to let the parents also know, this is what I'm trying to achieve. This is the way I'm doing it, so that the parents would have an understanding. Oh, probably it was a misconception with the words, the way she said it. But with you explaining and, schooling her, like you put it, that is really, some educators shy away from having a good conversation or discussion with parents to say, this is where your child is, and this is what I'm doing, and this is what I want you to do to help me follow up even from the home. We have to always make it balanced sometimes. So it's a really good thing. So thank you very much, everyone, for your contribution. I don't know if the next speaker is ready now. Vivian, is that Ifeoma, or who's coming up now? We've really eaten into. I'm really sorry about that.
Roslyn, are you ready?
I'm ready, Vivian.
Okay.
Good evening.
Please, your volume, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
No.
I can hear you clearly.
You have to come closer to your speaker.
Hello, Vivian. Can you hear me?
Not really, no. You are faint.
This is 100%.
Your
true.
voice is faint. What?
My voice is faint.
Better now.
Better now.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. But I'm here to share my slide. It said sharing is not turned on.
Okay, one moment, please. All right, over to you now.
Hello, can you see my slide?
No, please.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yeah, yes, we can see it.
Okay, and is my voice audible enough?
Yes, it's okay now.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening, my name is Rosalie. I'm an administrator, and it's a pleasure to be in this great list, and I feel honored to be presenting here. So the topic before me says functional administration for educational sustainability. Well, before I start, I would just like to say, as a matter of fact, I'm learning, and in this year's Voice of the Teacher, I'm here to unlearn and relearn. So far, for the past few days, the program has been on for me. It's just an eye-opener as an administrator. So I would like to sincerely appreciate this great tenacious team for doing so well, coming up with this wonderful project. So before I comment, like I said earlier, the topic before me says functional administration for educational sustainability. Well, we've been talking about educational sustainability, and today we are talking about the functional administration for educational sustainability. I would like to comment with the word functional. Let's even start. We have to understand like the literal meaning of the word functional. When we talk about something that is functioning, like what is it? What does it say when we say functional? Yeah, the word functional, it comes from, derived from a Latin word, functioning, meaning performance, execution. Every day of our life, in our places of, in our respective homes, in our places of work, religious setting, and every other environment to find us. So we're always talking about something functioning or not functioning, something working or not working. Oh, this thing is going well, you know. This is a great performance. Like the Voice of the Teacher that is ongoing now. Yes, this is a functional organization. For me, let me use the word functional institution. It's working, and we are all learning, as a matter of fact. So here, the word functional is just literally says performance, execution. And it says it can also be described whether something is working properly or not. Here, we're talking about the introduction of functional administration for educational sustainability. What is this functional administration in education? To cut the long story short, this just refers to the effective and efficient management of educational resources and processes to achieve a long-term sustainability. Like I said, it just refers to the effective and efficient management of educational resources and processes to achieve a long-term sustainability. Also, it's a process of having special activities like purpose, tasks, or design to be practical and useful. Yes, I want to bring up sustainability as far as education administration is concerned. The word sustainability, this just refers to the ability to maintain or support a process continuously over time. Yes, we're talking about the SDG, the 17-point agenda, and it's the sustainability. This is not new as a matter of fact. Sustainability has it's been in existence for donkey years, but the question is, are we really practicing this sustainability? It's just a thing that has to be inborn. It's a thing that has to be as long as human is concerned. Sustainability should be part of us. Like it should just, for me, I see it as something that should just be completely inborn, starting from our home. For instance, in our place of home, okay, we stay in an environment. How do we sustain this environment? How do we make this environment conducive? Is either you keep your environment clean or you leave it dirty. If it is clean, then this is sustainability. This is continuity. Oh, I want my environment to be sparkling clean. It's continuity. But the moment we drop it, then there's no sustainability. Like I was discussing with somebody at my place of work, and I said, do you know one of the major problems that is affecting our country, Nigeria, today is continuity. For instance, a leader comes in, and this person has been handling a particular project, and this project so far has been going on successfully. And peradventure, after the tenure of this leader, he or she just maybe is out of the system, and somebody else comes in. And a lot of people have been recommending, oh, this person is doing so well, oh, thanks to this person, he has achieved this. This has been going on, they've been growth, they've been progress. As a matter of human being, for all I care, what are you supposed to do? Oh, let's pick it up. Let's start from where this person stopped. This is a project that is good for the society and everybody is embracing it. There's a laudable approach about this project. What stopped you as an incoming president to say, oh, can we start from where this person stopped? Continuity, continuous process to achieve a long-term goal. But here in our country today, the reverse is the case. For the fact that I didn't commence with this project, I didn't start with it, please, let's forget about it. And let's pick it up from this angle. And by the end of the day, we achieved nothing. So talking about functional administration for education and sustainability, I highlighted some points, and there are key components of functional administration for education and sustainability. My first point, I talked about leadership and good governance. And the second one, I'm highlighting resource management. The third one says curriculum development. The fourth, we talk about technology integration. The fourth one talks about stakeholders engagement. Then we have another point, professional development. And another point, assessment and evaluation. Then lastly, we have strategies for sustainability. So I'm going to pick my points one after the other. Talking about yes, my first point talked about leadership and good governance as far as educational administration is concerned. Strong leadership and effective governance structure. It promotes transparency. When there is leadership and there is good governance, it promotes transparency, accountability, strategic decision in making crucial points for effective and sustainability educational environment. Leadership in education must have the following as far as educational leadership is concerned. vision and mission, very, very paramount in every educational institution. Outside education, even in all aspects of institution, both formal and informal. But here today, we are talking about sustainability in education. Leadership, vision, and mission is very, very paramount. Educational, it is stated that it sets clear vision and mission for institution. And the reason for this clear set of vision and mission, this inspire and motivate staff, not only staff, students to work towards common goals. When there is vision and mission, it enables individuals, both the staff and the students, to work towards common goals. Then under leadership, leadership and good governance, we talk about strategic planning. It's very paramount that leaders must develop and implement strategic planning to achieve educational objectives. And why is strategic planning much important? To improve student outcome and addresses challenges by developing long-term plans that align with institutional goals and resources. When there are no strategic plans towards achieving sustainability, then there's such a big problem. Because the whole idea of this strategic plan is to direct, is to guide. Then the third point on the leadership and good governance, we talk about policy development. As an educational administrator, policy development is very, very important. By creating and enforcing policies that ensure compliance with educational standards and regulations. Without policies, how do we expect to achieve standards? Before you know it, it is like an institution is dangling. You don't even know your left to your right. Policies are for human beings, and when they are policies, it's left for the same human to work on this policy. By working on these policies to implement, then under the same leadership and good governance, we are looking at instructional leadership. The essence of this instructional leadership, the essence is to focus on improving teaching and learning processes, supporting teachers, and fostering a culture of continuous improvement. When there are no instructional leadership, as far as functional administration is concerned, then this would definitely set the teachers back. So the whole idea of instructional leadership under leadership and good governance, it helps to foster a culture of continuous improvement. Then we now look at professional development. This prioritizes an ongoing professional development for staff and to enhance their skill and stay current with educational trends and best practices. As far as teachers are concerned in schools, in institutions, when there are no professional development, then that's, for me, I see it like you find out that this staff, the teachers, the educators, you see them repeating same thing over and over and over. But with the help of this good leadership and good governance, it enables these teachers, these educators to build professionalism, working with like mind, taking them, like for me, I would say 5 steps forward. Such as you have to unlearn to relearn. That's when professional development comes in. We shouldn't just stay in a place to believe, oh, I've known it all. I have 10 to 20 years experience as an administrator or as a teacher or as an educator, so therefore I'm okay. There is need for professional development. Professional development gives room for improvement. It gives room for self-development. And when there is self-development, we are bound to impact learning, not just to ourselves, to students and to our fellow colleagues among us. Then ethical leadership. They must uphold ethical standard and promote fairness. Just like my first speaker talked about equity and inclusion within the educational environment. Then we have transparency and communication. Communication is something that is very paramount in every aspect of institution. Communication is very, very paramount. Effective governance promotes transparency and open communication, ensuring stakeholders are informed about decision and policy. If there are no effective, like I always say, like we are having conflict in our homes, in our places of work, in religious gatherings, in our places, in like everywhere we find ourselves as a result of communication gap. When there are no effective communication, there will be a huge gap, and that is the challenge we are having today. When the communication is not effective. So the last point under the leadership and good governance, it talks about conflict resolution. Good governance structure addresses conflict and disputes within the educational institution, providing mechanism for best resolution. Yes, there's conflict everywhere, but there is still room for conflict resolution. Like they say, without war, there cannot be peace. So even here in our midst, sometimes conflict may bound to occur, but when there are conflicts, there is need for resolution. So that is the number one point on functional administration for educational sustainability, leadership, and good governance. It goes a long way. Then my last point is resource management. The second component of functional administration for educational sustainability. Resource management. This is the efficient use of finance, human, and material resources. By implementing energy, saving measures, and sustainable practice in facility management. Finance management cannot be overemphasized. Without finance, how do we have functional administration for educational sustainability? The financial aspect goes a long way. You can't tell me you're running a school where there is no budget to manage these institutions. It's not possible. There must be budget. There must be finance. How do we source funds? How do we manage this institution? Apart from the student school fee, there should be many other ways. Like in my place of organization, I was telling one of the management team, like sometimes we ask for training and the management tells us there's no money, there is no money. I'm like, is there no other way the school can generate funds? And the person asked me, one of the management team asked, how? I said, yes, we have this ATO and the capacity is like 500. This is Lagos. And we know Lagosians are party, they're like 5 and 6. Can't we let out this all for parties, for events? Furnish it, make it conducive. And I can bet you like every week we'll be having events back to back. And this person says, yes, but that's a good idea. But I said that's another means of generating funds. Let's not just depend on government over. So if government did not pay us, or if government did not sponsor us, then we cannot be trained. Apart from individual money, individual funds, there are so many ways of generating funds. Then under resource management, among the components of functional administration for educational sustainability, we talk about human resources, recruiting, training, retraining qualified staff and faculty. This is very, very important. And the last point under the resource management, we talk about facility management, maintaining and improving physical infrastructure to provide conducive learning environments for both students and staff. Then my third point of the key components of It's functional administration. We talk about curriculum and instruction. This cannot be overemphasized. Without curriculum, then why? Without curriculum, they can't be school. Without curriculum, they can't be learning, because the curriculum is there to guide. From pre-nursery down to the highest level of education any human being would want to attain. Yeah, it says here the curriculum, this focus on integrating principle of sustainability into teaching and learning. This approach, it aims to equip students with knowledge, skills, values necessary to contribute to a sustainable future by ensuring that curriculum is relevant, inclusive, and adaptable to future needs. We have to imbibe curriculum that is relevant as far as our institution is concerned, such as developing a curriculum that will meet the educational needs of students and align with academics. A few days ago, I was talking to a friend of mine with an education, and I said to him that there are some courses or subjects that need to be scrapped off as far as our school Nigerian curriculum is concerned. And the person asked, like, for instance, well, I said particularly in university, and I mentioned physics, that do you know that I have students that I graduated with who studied physics? And I asked them, apart from the physics education, you people are, they say major physics, the education are the minor physics. Like, what did you, like, as a graduate of physics, like, what do you stand? Like, if I'm to tell you, come and practicalize this, they call themselves physicists. Can you practicalize this physics thing for me? And they're like, oh, to be honest with you, everything about our course is theory. We only went to lab maybe like 1, 2, 3. And sometimes our teacher is talking, the lecturer is talking about atomic bomb and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, cool. This subject is becoming interesting. Did they teach you how to mix bomb together or something like that? If they talk about, oh, they are emphasizing on how to mix atomic and whatever. At this stage, I believe you should be able to bring out one bomb. And the person is like, come on, not be so, it's more of theory. I'm like, at this point, there are some courses that need to be expunged as far as curriculum is concerned. I'm an administrator in an institution, and some months back, there are some courses we just have to remove from the system. Why? Because the management said, what's the point having these courses that are not relevant to students? And I came to it and said, this is just a brilliant one. Let's review curriculum. Work on subjects, courses, that will be relevant, that by the end of the day, if a student graduates, he or she will be able to beat either chest to say, yes, I can do this, even without looking for a white collar job. On my own, I should be able to do this. And that is the reason why in some universities today, they think even in secondary, primary, they introduce entrepreneurial programs. Like by the end, even from primary, from secondary, that by the end of a child's 6 years, 3-year program, or another 6 years secondary program, he or she should be able to do this. If part of the skill a child learns in school is okay, tailoring, carpentry, and all of that. By the end of 6 years, I should be able to say, I can make this comfortably, apart from my coursework. Then another point we look at under curriculum and instruction, teaching methods, implementing effective teaching strategies and instructional practice. This teaching method is the process of enabling the child to be able to cope, like regardless of the method the child, the teacher is bringing, the educator is introducing. You bring in different methods, knowing fully well that you are working with individual differences. Some are fast learners, some are slow learners. So your ability to be able to implement effective teaching methods that enable the students to understand, regardless of their learning capacity. Then assessment and evaluation. Monitoring and assessing students' performance to ensure learning objectives are met is very, very important. That cannot be overemphasized. Assessment and evaluation of students. By the end of the class, a teacher or an educator should be able to say, oh, I can beat my chest to say, oh, this student actually understand all that I've taught in different dimensions, bringing in different methods of learning, regardless of their learning capacity. Collaborative learning. This fosters collaborative learning environments where students work together on projects and share diverse perspectives. Like for me, I practically want to talk about collaborative learning. Like the learning shouldn't just be in class. Bring the students out to field, take them out to an environment where they see things practically. Then experimental learning, like this also is connected to collaborative learning. Bring students together, both the fast learner, the slow learner, they collaborate together to learn in their own pace. Then this experimental learning, like there's this particular author I read about, is a philosopher, John Dewey. This person, John Dewey, James Williams, yes, these are great philosophers that believe that learning is pragmatic. They believe in pragmatism of learning, that learning should be experimental. Regardless, you experiment learning in different areas such as field trips, community projects, internship that provides students with first-hand experience for sustainability practice. They will now look at active learning under curriculum and instruction. These learning techniques, such as group discussion, debate, and hands-on activity to engage students and promote critical thinking. Then our next component, like the key component of educational sustainability, is technology integration. This is a process of utilizing technology to enhance sustainable practice, such as digital learning tools to reduce paper usage. We're in the 21st century, enough of the paper flying everywhere. The whole idea of technology integration is to promote the use of renewable energy technologies in school. And what are these technologies? We'll talk about the digital resources. Incorporating technology into classrooms to enhance learning experience. IT support, by providing technical support for students and staff to ensure smooth operation of digital tools. Then we now talk about data management, ability to use data systems to track students' progress and improve decision making. So as far as educational functional administration for educational sustainability is concerned, we continue to look at our technology integration. It cannot be overemphasized. It's very, very paramount for any school administration, for any school administrators. They will now look at continuous improvements. This is where the sustainability comes in. Using these findings from assessment to make informed decisions about how to improve sustainability practice. This may involve revising policies, updating the curriculum, or investing in new technology, such as professional development, offering ongoing training and development opportunity for staff. Then I don't know, I understand from findings that a lot of schools are now adopting quality education and quality assurance. And what is the essence of this quality assurance? Implementing quality control measures to maintain high standards, to maintain high educational standards. Yes, are we doing the right thing at the right time? Are we implementing what we have in our paper? Are we doing what we said we are going to do? As far as educational administration is concerned for sustainability, for me, I see it as talk and do. Whatever we see, let's do. Whatever we put in writing as policy, we must implement. So I observed that some schools are now adopting quality assurance. In fact, they will even have departments where they have this quality assurance personnel, where they control, they measure, they try to implement quality control. And what is their basic goal? To measure standards, if these educational standards are being attained. Then we have the feedback mechanism, collecting and acting on feedback from students, from parents, and staff to improve educational processes. Because when we talk about imbibing quality assurance as far as sustainability education is concerned, feedback is very paramount, feedback mechanism. And the feedback mechanism, like I said, collecting and acting on feedback from students, from parents, and from staff to continue to improve educational process. And we have our next point, which is assessment and evaluation. For any school administration to succeed, to thrive, assessment and evaluation is very, very paramount. Regular assessing the effectiveness of sustainability initiatives. And how do we assess? Using data and feedback to improve strategies, like setting clear goals and objectives. And what are these clear goals? I bring in SMART goals. And as far as assessment and evaluation is concerned, I'm introducing SMART goals, and these SMART goals, which should, for me, it should set specific to measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Very, very paramount for any school administration to thrive. Then we now have our baseline assessment by conducting initial assessment to establish a baseline for current sustainability practice and performance. And for this baseline, this includes evaluating resources usage, waste generation, energy consumption, curriculum integration. Like one of our speakers yesterday, she talked to, yes, part of our emphasis on assessment and evaluation was baseline assessment. And we talk about evaluating resources usage. Like, okay, the management has provided resources. How do we manage it? How do we control it? In a day, what is our level of consumption? So these are the things we need to put into place. Baseline assessment. Then when under our assessment and evaluation, we have our key performance indicators, KPI. Develop, like in most organizations, we have their key performance indicators. In educational business today, assessment and evaluation cannot be overemphasized. Developing KIP to measure progress towards sustainable goals. Like I said, these indicators might include energy use per square foot, water consumption, waste reduction. We just look at how to manage the available resources. Then we now look at data collection and monitoring, implementing systems to collect data on sustainability metrics. And this could include survey of students and staff attitude towards sustainability. When there are regular checks of student attitude, staff attitude, it helps the management. It reduces work for the management. In a situation whereby we have negative attitude among staff, how do we take the education to the next level? In a situation whereby we have negative attitude among our students. By the end of the given period, by the end of the year, what type of students are we producing to the society? What type of human being is the society working with? So this data collection and monitoring, it goes a long way. It cannot be overemphasized. Then we now have regular reporting by creating regular reports to track progress against sustainability goals. This report should be transparent and accessible to all stakeholders, including students, staff, parents, and community. Regular reporting, it goes a long way, and this is the core work of the school administrators. Assessment and evaluation, it cannot be overemphasized. If there are regular checks on all of this, there will be less work for the school management. Then we now have the qualitative and quantitative analysis under assessment and evaluation. The quantitative analysis might involve statistical data, while the qualitative analysis could also include maybe like interviews, focus group, and case study. Like for the quantitative data may just be like, okay, we'll just try to analyze by putting statistics together. Okay, we have 100 students, we are graduating 100 or 120. So far, what has been their performance? What has been the performance of the teachers? Is it impressive? Yes or no? How do we take this to the next level? Why the qualitative analysis? It could be verbal interviews, discussion, one-on-one chat, group discussion, case study. They will have the benchmarking, thereby comparing institution performance. Like for instance, you can decide to compare, oh, this is my school and this is another school. I noticed that this other school is doing so well and we've not gotten to that level. How do we get to that level? There's need for comparison. And the comparison for me shouldn't be competition, but rather for me, I see it as a progress. Oh, this school is taking education to the next level. Just like one of our presenters yesterday talked about the level Enable is taking education to. Like merging class 1 from having merging class 1 to level of class 3. Like after primary 6, we now have continuation of 6, 7, 8. It's a good one, taking education to the next level. If this will make the students to be involved in a society, to contribute to the growth and the development of their community, contribute to the growth and the development of the nation at large, then accreditation and certificate under assessment and evaluation. Seek accreditation or certificate from recognized sustainability organizations to validate and enhance the institution's commitment to sustainability. How do we do this? Yes, we have like some educational institutions, who by the end of the day, they might like, okay, this school have been doing so well, so therefore there is need for encouragement. This is where this accreditation and certification comes in. Oh, you are doing so well. We like what you are doing. Continue to keep the work of education to the next level. Then lastly, under this assessment and evaluation, we're looking at celebrating success. How often does our institution celebrate success among the teachers, among the students? Yes, most times success is always among the students, but what about the teachers? The teachers are the nation builders. For me, I see educators as the preachers. Talk and do. Like I always tell people, if you don't have passion as far as education is concerned, then there is no need for you to be in the field of education. So there is need to celebrate success, recognize and celebrate achievement. That fosters sustainability. It motivates, it encourages, it fosters a culture of sustainability within the institution. It goes a long way. If by end of given term, we decide to celebrate all our administrators, we decide to celebrate our teachers, for a well-done job, for taking education to the next level, for improving standard, for improving sustainability, for not allowing sustainability to go down, for there to be a continuous process as far as educational sustainability is concerned. Then my other slide talked about mantra for functional administration for educational sustainability. What does this mantra mean? For me, I see mantra as a slogan. And what is this slogan? This is just like saying, for me, it's something that should be, as far as educators are concerned, as far as administrators are concerned, this is something we should meditate on. And what should be this meditation? Mantra for functional administration for educational sustainability. I came up with this mantra as an administrator. And our mantra should be something like a slogan that should just be at our fingertips, like discipline. It cannot be overemphasized. Integrity, the owning. This is what I believe in. This is what I stand for. I stand for this and let it be so. In ethnic tolerance, ability to tolerate each other. Innovating as far as administrators are concerned. We should be able to experiment, finding new ways, ability to bring in new experience, experiment, bring in new ideas. Then collaboration, it goes a long way. If we don't collaborate with colleagues, if we don't collaborate with like minds, if we don't collaborate with students, how do we achieve success as far as functional school administration is concerned? The need for collaboration goes a long way. Collaborate with like minds, collaborate with other institutions, collaborate with those that are recording success. Then dignity of labor, very, very paramount. It cannot be overemphasized. As an administrator in a school, there is need to respect my job. Because the work of an administrator is talk and do. We talk and we implement. Then open-minded. Be willing to consider new ideas. Ability to consider new ideas. Don't say, I know it all. Learn from other people. Allow people to learn from you. Be open-minded. This, for me, I see this mantra for functional administration, very paramount. If we don't imbibe discipline, if we don't imbibe integrity, if we don't imbibe ethnic tolerance, innovative ideas, collaboration, dignity of labor, open-minded, how do we take educational sustainability to the next level as an administrator? How do we want our institution to function very well? We have to put all these things into practice. One of the major problems that I see in our system, in our educational system today, I think ethnic challenge everywhere. Oh, because this person is my own person, therefore she has to be there. Not minding if this person is competent or not. Putting a square peg in a round hole. And that is the major system, that's the major challenge that is killing our educational system. I was listening to a minister of education, one of the past ministers, and he said something like, his statement was nearly like, it wasn't as if he's competent to be in that ministerial work. But just because man no man, yes, it's your turn, come and take up this position. And I said to myself, why won't our educational system die? When we bring, regardless of who is competent and who is not competent. So I think it's high time for us to start looking at putting a square peg in a square hole rather than putting a square peg in a round hole. Let's allow those that are competent to do the job, to execute the job, to take educational business to the next level. Because for me, I see educators as the nation builders. If I'm a classroom teacher, my major point is taking the students to the next level, bringing out the best out of them, regardless of your state of learning, be it fast learning, be it slow learning. For me, I strongly want to believe the best is what I'm interested in. And your best A cannot be like best B. We all have our strengths and weakness. Ability to bring out the strengths out of the child is very, very important. It's paramount for me. Then for a functional administration, they will look at proactively. We have to be proactive, controlling a situation before things happen. I noticed one of the major problems is sometimes the school administrators are not really proactive. If we don't bring in this proactively, things go out of hand, things get bad. But before things get bad, we should imbibe this habit of proactively responding to things before they get out of hand. Then my conclusion, I always want to say strong leadership and governance in education are very essential for creating an enabling environment where both staff and students can thrive. It is expected for me that leaders should inspire and guide. School administrators should inspire and guide. While governance structure provides the necessary oversight and support to ensure educational institutions operate effectively and equitably. Integrating sustainability into the curriculum and instruction is very paramount for preparing students to contribute to a sustainable future, regardless, by adopting interdisciplinary approaches, active and experiential learning strategies, and fostering values for sustainability. I always want to, like I said initially, I always want to adopt this John Dewey philosophical education. For those of us who study philosophy of education, like for them, as a philosopher, they believe education is good, and therefore it must be as transparent as anything. Education must be practical. It must be pragmatic. Then I also want to talk about student services. Under my conclusion, student services goes a long way. That is where we have our administrators. Under this administrative work, counseling and support, offering academic, career and personal counseling service. We have students with different challenges. This is where counseling and support comes in. But I don't know how effective is this student counseling. I don't know how supportive they have today in school business. Then we now have this extracurricular activities. Yes, I can beat my chest to extracurricular activities. The schools are really doing great as far as extracurricular activities are concerned, providing opportunities for students to engage in sport and other activities. Then health and safety, ensuring a safe and healthy environment for students and the staff. If the environment is not conducive, if the environment is not safe, how do you want educators to be productive? How do you want students to learn? How do you want educators to give in their best? So there is need for health and safety. So at this point, I want to emphasize, like the business of education, like I said, it's passion. If we don't have the passion for it, there is no point of being in an institution. There is no point. Down to nursery, primary, secondary, to higher institutions. The business of education is passionate. You have to be passionate about it. When we are passionate, we give in our best, regardless of all the challenges. But we don't have the passion, then there's said to be a problem. And my thoughts for the day, administrators are concerned. If we don't plan to succeed, we plan to fail. So at this point, I'll come to the completion of my presentation on functional administration for educational sustainability. Thank you. Hello, are we together? Hello?
We are here. Hold on.
Hello?
Thank you.
Hello.
Are we together?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So, although we have, like I said, I'm here to unlearn and relearn. We will have more contributions towards this functional administration for education. If you have questions, so we can try to be here and discuss on it. Hello.
Thank you, Rosalind. That was insightful. That was really a good presentation.
Thank you, Vivian. So your
well done, Rosalind. It wasn't Vivian, it was Miss Bola. Thank you so much.
Sarah, it seems you both share the same voice. You speak alike.
Yeah, I noticed you are correct because I went to YouTube, I checked, I was listening to YouTube and I was like, no, I never made these contributions. Only for me to now, I now later heard the voice better. I was like, so this voice sounds like mine, really.
Not to
Yeah,
me.
I think maybe not to you. Honestly
Vivian,
speaking, today I listened to our stuff last night. Somehow there was a time yesterday she made a contribution, and when was it? I could hear my voice. I was like, where did I give this kind of point? Okay, yeah. So at the time I now got the voice. I was like, no wonder. I foresee because did I now give points and I didn't know when I gave points.
I think you both speak in this with the same at the same, like, your, what's it called? Like there's this calm way you people speak. I'm sure I don't speak like that. Like you take your time and you articulate your words. Maybe that's it.
I don't know.
Yeah, because when Vivian speaks, I'm like, I'm confused. Who is talking? Is it me, Toyebola, or Vivian? So I just mix them up. It could be. I don't know. But I'm sure there should be a difference. But I'm here to differentiate both.
Yeah, there's a way she smiles, she laughs, when she makes her point that she wants to laugh at that point, maybe there's a way she laughs.
So that's nothing.
I think she's softer. Okay. Thank you so much, Rosaline. I really enjoyed I enjoyed this section. Okay. And the reason being that of course, I obtained my master's in your university. Okay. So I guess as you were talking, I was like, you were taking me on a practical aspect, you were just taking me back, in my days when I did my course with your university. So thank you so much for that. Yes, you did, because if you can remember, I went in for administrational education, planning and administrational education. Yes. Yeah, that was what I did in your university. Yeah, so thank you so much for that. So I don't know if the next speaker is getting ready or she's ready already.
I am ready, ma'am.
Oh, my name is actually Vivian Kelechi Ifiago. Yes, thank you. I prefer that.
Okay. That's
yes. When you call me ma'am, it's as if I'm too old. I'm not yet too old.
Really, madam?
Ijoma, I know you will talk.
Calling you madam makes you feel old. Wow. Okay.
I didn't say anything, no.
Oh, I thought it was Ijoma's voice. Oh, no, sorry. Oh, so that's formal. Oh,
Yes.
Ifoma and Ijoma. Okay. Yes, please. So I don't want it. In our setting, they taught us that it's good to call ourselves our names, by our first name, so that we can relate better on the same level and learn from one another. Yes or no, Ijoma? Okay.
Well, I
Yes,
think I
ma'am.
you halfway because I have had an encounter where someone felt offended that I referred her by her first name. Next thing I heard was I'm old enough to be your mom.
Oh, so that's different. That's
That's
cultural
funny.
now.
And
That's cultural.
exactly, and it was in a formal setting, funny enough, you
Mm.
understand. So it took me aback, but I now decided, okay, it is either sir or ma'am, madam, and so that nobody will say, but it's fine, I'll refer you as Vivian.
Mm.
Yeah, but it's not big deal, okay?
Sorry, is this
It's
Ifoma
very
speaking?
easy.
Yes, this
Yes,
is
it's Ifoma.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
I know I'm older than half of the population now, but if I did see a colleague that was older than me and was from the west of Nigeria, I'm not going to make the mistake to call the person by their first name.
so that is it, you understand.
Yeah.
I totally get that part too, and I've been adhering by that. But I know it's not just Vivian. I've had a couple of parents who told, please, don't call me madam, oh. Don't call me ma. Please call me by my name. So I don't know, it's diverse. And here, the Western parts, you call them madam, and they're like, oh no, call me this, call me that, and you're like, okay. So maybe if we get to Nigeria, we'll have to look and scrutinize so that we'll know which fits, which suits.
Yeah, I think so. But to be frank, I think it depends on the setting, because if you call someone by the name, the person, depending on who the person is, like I said, it depends on the setting. I guess the person wants to relate with you on the same capacity, on the same level. And you will even feel more comfortable. That's if the person permits that to flow. Okay. The younger one will feel more comfortable, that, this is happening. Any conversation you guys want to take, you will feel so relaxed, to gain the knowledge or also even transfer, because
Yeah, but our
even if
culture doesn't teach us that though.
Our culture,
yes,
honestly.
Our culture just
yes,
says respect. It doesn't mean you can't
yes,
insult the person. Do you understand?
no, but calling someone by the name doesn't really mean you are disrespecting. That's what I'm trying to
That's
explain.
what I'm
For
saying.
example, okay,
We're saying the same thing, to
okay,
be fair.
okay, okay,
But I
okay,
get what
okay.
you're saying.
I have one experience. There's this organization I work for. Basically, I think is an NGO, and what they do is to protect, promote, and promote the rights of women. So my first day with the organization, I volunteer my service with them. So the first day I met different people, like this. I'm talking about advanced women. So the first person I met is, okay, she's not in Nigeria anyway, but I now said, good morning, ma. So I wanted to address her. Her name is Mrs. Cindy, although she's late today. I said, good morning, Mrs. Cindy. She said, no, don't put that Mrs. there. Call me Cindy. My name is Cindy Medal Good, call me Cindy. I'm like, I felt, for me, I felt cold. Like, how can I look at this elderly woman, somebody's grandmother, and I'm calling Cindy, Cindy, Cindy. I felt so cold. Like, where would I, as a Nigerian babe now, African babe, where I would start from, like, if I never come my man name is my person grandmama. So I wasn't comfortable. Anyway, I said, okay, noted. I left her. I went to another department. I wanted to approach one of the legal personnel. And the person said, no, my name is Bumi, something. And I'm like, what kind of wildlife? It took me time to adapt to that thing. Yes, it really took me time. But at the end of the day, I just realized that it just wants you to feel ease. The most important thing is productivity. Let's get it right. Let our professors, chief, Mrs. keep it at home. Come here, address it. Like I'm calling you name doesn't mean I'm disrespecting you.
Yeah.
That we are here for a purpose. We have a common goal here. And the most important thing is to achieve that goal. So by the end of the day, I just learned that, this one is serious business. Both your chief fancy to approve. Come here, let's face business, And it took me time for me to adjust to that system. But by the end of the day, I love it, because by the end of it, we started working the way we should. Like we work like team, we work like colleagues, doing things together, regardless of the age, regardless of the skin color, regardless of where you're coming from. But the most important thing is that we were all working together and achieving results. So I can understand that, but we should also look at it from the African perspective. Like you can see that some people that the moment you did not put Chief Mrs. Professor, you don't buy market, so So we should
Exactly.
also look at that. We should also look at our environment.
You're right. Because there was a controversial tweet that went viral. The man refused to respond to a message on LinkedIn because he
Yes.
was not addressed as sir.
Okay.
The response was that he checked the person's profile and he saw he was young enough to be the grandson. So
No.
why would he call him by his first name? And that was why he did not respond to like a professional letter or information sent across. So
Yes, but in such cases, I think you don't know the person. You should address the person, formally. That's what I think. Okay. But why I actually, we are like a team. So I'm like, no, drop it, understand? Drop that
No,
whatever.
Vivian, I
Because
know what is
eh?
worrying you. What is worrying you has worried all of
Mhm.
us at this age, this
No,
middle
no, no,
age.
no, no, no,
We
no.
don't want
Which
to feel
Ijoma?
old.
No, Ijoma, no.
You
I'm
said
the
it
one that
already now, Vivian.
wait, calm down. It's not a big deal, honestly
I
speaking.
know,
It's
I
not a
know.
big
Okay, I
deal.
just feel you
For
guys need that way more.
example, excuse me, allow me to address something. I started this, please. Let me finish what I started because
Okay.
it's going so whatever off and on. No. See, it's not. It was just a joke, but maybe some people did not understand it or didn't get that joke properly. Okay, now. In fact, let me say one thing. I could remember the last time I watched American Got Talent. One of the judges, that's Simon Cowell or something. Yes, Cowell. So someone was presenting and he kept on saying sir, and then Simon would say no, it's Simon. So Simon, no, drop it. You understand? So actually, that was actually what got to my head when Ijoma Ifeoma called, and I said no. So if you noticed, my voice changed. If you noticed, I was mimicking a voice. Okay. So I said, no, please don't drop it. I makes me feel old. No. Age is not for me. Age, it has never been a whatever for me. It has never been anything for me. I've never changed my age. I've never pushed it up or pushed it down before. No, it all depends on people's perception. And I don't have issues with people calling me mom or you call me my name. I have never had that issues.
Oh,
But
really?
it was just like, no, I've never.
Okay.
Yeah,
I had those.
I've never, honestly, because I feel my age, my age looks like me. I look like my age and all that.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. So I'm really not, I've never had that. But yes, people have encountered it and all that. So I guess it just came, and the first person that was in my head was the American Got Talent guy. Yes, the judge, and what I saw he did that day. So I was like, okay, let me just, mimic and do that, So it was just supposed to be like a joke. But it's a good conversation to have on a good day, It is actually a good conversation to have, yeah.
That's nice. For me personally, anyway, even if I have my professor degree today, I would still love to be addressed Rosalie any day, anytime. Like, just call me Rosalie. Let's talk, That's the most important thing. Not addressing Professor Dr. Mrs. For me, I don't see it, I see it's irrelevant. That Rosalie, I'm so comfortable. Just call me by my name, regardless of the age or the color or whatever it is.
Yeah, I think it differs from people. Yeah, some people will tell you that do you know how they've acquired that and that. In fact, recently I had a colleague. I was designing some things for our program and all that. I forgot to add that PhD stuff, and I was tackled. I was like, God, please, all the apologies in the whole world I rendered, because me, I can understand though. Once you need it, I give it to you immediately with all the whole apology. Yes,
Exactly.
so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Do we know Maya Angelou, that lady, the poet? There's this very popular let's say reel that went around about her. She was like having an interview, and someone in the audience wanted to ask her a question, a young girl, And she was like, "Hi, Maya." Something Maya stopped her. I said, "Sorry, you have to address me as ma'am or madam." Like at this her age, but she's American, but yes, she's
Yeah.
African American.
And they
Everybody's just
hardly do that. It's actually
mm-mm,
most times Europe's Americans, they hardly do that. I think it's mostly
mm.
European. Ah,
Personally, I'm
wow.
trying to struggle to come up with why you need to call someone ma or madam. That's to explain to the children because they don't
Yeah.
see you go somewhere, the teacher will tell you call me this, not the teachers, because teachers you always do miss, Mr.
Yes,
So
miss,
be like
yes.
a chess teacher, a random chess teacher saying call me David, and you're there sharp him out and call the person. Please don't call the man David, call him Mr. David, please. But when they ask me why, please, what's the reason why? Because it's not like you're insulting the guy, you're talking nicely
Because
to
he's a
him.
mister. That's the
Yeah,
reason.
but the guy has told me to call him David. Why am I calling him Mr. David? It's so hard.
I think sometimes we do it because we just want to maintain that formalities between ourselves and the people we are, relating to. I think. Yeah.
We have individual differences anyway in life. So
Yes, I think so.
but as far as we are African, it matters without matter.
It matters a whole. It's a very big deal. It's a
It's
very
not,
big
it's
deal.
not someone like me, someone like us who work in a university environment. In fact, you can't not do. I met a friend of mine. He used to be Mr. Julius. So jokingly, I didn't know he had completed his doctorate program. He has even defended. He has not collected certificate. So he just defended. And he came to Lagos. I was just coming down from the States. I was like, Mr. Joseph. He said, no, Rosalie, don't do that. Don't you know I'm not a doctor? I say, hey, whoa, just which day did you defend? I just said I just finished my program with Bradford and I just defended and waiting for. I'm like, but management has not done their panel yet, so I started. He said, no, I'm not a
You are
doctor.
looking for trouble.
Do you know that I felt so embarrassed? Then one of the security make me answer, Madam Rose, you said the pastor, how you go take call Julius Julius? They don't know say Julius is my doctor. I say Julius, so we they play together all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
Who's has changed to doctor? Oh God. Since then, in fact, when I see him, I'll just good morning. In fact, I don't even put doctor and Julius like I just say good morning and I walk past. Like if ordinary doctorate degree, you change like this, then professorship every month break for your sake. Oh. So people are just different. But for me, I just feel you should just let them be. If you run double degree or double professor, it's okay. We'll give it to you and you find peace. If that makes you happy,
Yeah,
that's fine. So for me, it's not a big deal. Anyhow you want it, we give you. And we move for them to be progress.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at this junction, I guess we are going to leave the floor for Ifeoma. Ifeoma, please, are you there?
Yes, I
If you are
am.
there, okay. All right, thank you. So the floor is yours right now.
So you have to make me like
Oh, that's true. Okay, there you go.
okay. Good evening, everyone.
Good
It's a pleasure
evening.
to be here. So I'll be sharing my slide shortly. I'm sorry. I didn't know I needed to allow my laptop, share via Zoom, because I don't know. Just give me a bit of time.
Ifeoma, are you having issues?
Yes, a bit of, just give me like a few minutes. I think I need to allow my system share files here.
Okay,
I'll
no
sort it out.
problem. Okay, as we are waiting for Ifeoma, I have this thought that that sometimes when I remember it, I have some fears, I have some fears for the younger generation. So I've come to think about it in the next 10 years, 20 years, that should be, we're in 2024. In the next 10 years, we are in 2034. You might think it's too long ago. Before you know it, will soon be in 2034. So I'm just like, okay, rewind back. We could say, let's say that now we are in 2014. Once you're ready, let me know. I'll stop, okay?
Okay, ma'am, I will.
No, okay, Vivian.
Oh, okay, Vivian. God of mercy. I'm sorry. Okay, Vivian.
Thank you. So let's rewind back. We are in 2024. So let's go back to 2014. Now, when we were in 2014, we never thought of online learning, like, being so popular, 2014. Where were we 2014? 2014, the almighty Ebola dropped to let us notice it, that 2014. Even that 2014, we couldn't believe it. What came to exist on planet Earth. That was 2014. Now, when we were in that 2014, maybe some people could have thought about how will 2024 be, and then they are giving their ideas. I think 2024, maybe this will happen in the educational system. I think this will not happen, etc. Okay. Now we are in 2024. And I'm asking, sometimes I ask myself, okay, let's go forward, 2034. What's going to be different in my country? I don't know if anybody, has had that kind of thought here. And I ask myself, what if in 2034, there will be this policy of no need to be having a physical school, My mind has gone there. Like, no need anymore. And I'm like, wow. The main essence of actually having this kind of physical school, children coming together, has a lot to do with individualization that we are talking about, individualized learning, a differentiation, also socialization for children, But then I'm like, okay, these children can actually socialize on this online, They even like it, the games, they talk, they still socialize, So I don't know if anybody has had this kind of thoughts, and what do you think? We're still waiting for Ifeoma. Ifeoma, remember that once you are done, let's know we are stopping this conversation. Has anyone had this kind of thoughts before? Or do you think, have you ever thought of what the future holds? what 2034 could hold, or imagine, or what you want it to be. Or even in the next 20 years, it will be 2044. Okay. And all these years will come by, you know. Imagine a child of 20 years now, and the child will be asking herself, I'm 20, by when I'm 40, who knows what will be happening to me? Oh, maybe by then I'm like this. Maybe by then my children are already running around in the house and all that. Now, you and I, have you ever thought about this, about our educational system? Or is it gonna be so bad that the formal education we cease? Have you ever thought about this?
Well, not in the same light, definitely, but at least because we've seen the two kinds of scenarios more than ever, I hope that it won't get to a point where learning will be online, because we've seen, I have seen, or I think the world has seen, that children need not just the kind of isolated socialization that comes when they're online and doing stuff online, but that physical contact, that's being able to read body language, having emotional intelligence. And so the only thing I can say is I know the positives and negatives of each one, and I know which one I prefer. I haven't thought to say, what if schools exist? I haven't been there because I don't even want that kind of scenario personally.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, because there was it was in that 2020, that I was like, wow, if so many workplaces could actually operate online, meetings are taken online, and everything goes smoothly. Very few people have to do one thing or the other, take errands and make sure things are being done. You can also sit at the comfort of your house, which could be your office, and make contact with another person in order to let that person solve a problem for your company. So if we start from the company level and these things are established normally, because when my parents were in the workforce, there was nothing like, for me, for my own family that I grew in, there was nothing for them that was like all this online job. They were all physically present at work.
all of us now, I'm assuming, if there's no Gen Z here.
I don't know. Maybe
there's no
there
Gen
are some
X
people. Yeah, maybe there are some. Maybe there are some people, it didn't happen like that for them. That's why I'm just leaving options open. So imagine now our own kids, in the next, let's say, some of us, some people might have children. Let's say their children are even trying to enter university. And imagine in the next, let's say, 10 years, 20 years, and these children are like, no, we can't do this. We prefer it this way, And before you know it, it could even mean that we'll have gadgets where, children are like, okay, imagine, let's go back to AI. We didn't see AI coming. Yes, we know that something like AI could come, but we didn't see it coming that way. The way AI programming, came up, and it was so fast, and people are using it, and it's acceptable in some schools.
Okay. Hello, Vivian.
Yes.
Please,
you are ready.
Need your help. I've sent you my slide. Can you just help me share? I don't know. I have
okay. Okay. Did you send it to my WhatsApp?
Yes, I did.
Okay, one moment, please.
Thank you. Vivian, let me contribute to this question.
Yes, please do. I'm trying to share her slide.
Yes, I have experience, and of course I want to say, I don't know, for me, it's just a personal feeling. Like, should I tell myself, like, this online thing, is it really a blessing for me, or a blessing in disguise, or not?
No, sorry, Ifeoma. Sorry, my dear. Ifeoma, no, I have not gotten your file. Can you check it, please?
Could be. Or did I send it to the wrong person? Yes.
Please.
Okay, let me check again.
For me, the online thing, both blessings, anyway, much advantage for me, they ask me, but a little disadvantage. Why? You ask question like, okay, let's look at 2014 and 2024. Yeah, 2014, I think I just joined my organization newly. And as of 2014, 2015, I noticed that whenever I go to different floors, like different faculties, and I'm like, where are all the staff? I'll see empty cubicles, like no staff there, but just table and chairs with piled up. And I'll be asking questions, please, where are all the staff? This is Faculty of Law. I'm only seeing maybe the clerical officer and the admin officer. Then I'll go to another floor, Faculty of Management, clerical officer and few. Just like I just any floor I go to, I'm like, where are these people? They're like, so many of them are outside the country for training, for workshop, for conference, this one is in Sri Lanka, this one is in Costa Rica, this one, like you just hear in different places. And I said to myself, one day me too, I also join them in this conference. So my sister, this is 2024. Like I said, I don't know if this online thing, if it's a blessing for me as a matter of fact. I never even crossed international airports. Why? Because the online thing now, whenever you bring up any seminar or training abroad, they will not like, you can connect online now, just buy data and join them online. And that was how you understand? That was how my vision for going abroad for training, that was how that one died. I'm like, oh my goodness. But back then, any floor you go to, you hear them, oh, these people, in fact, 10 people just moved to UK for like 1 week training. Then you would hear another group of staff just moved to one country, Denmark for something, and that's how staff, they kept moving on and on like. But today, no way, my sister, any training, you bring up any training online, forget it, you can connect now. Just pay for it and you can even sit at your comfort zone, even in your toilet and connect to them. You don't have to travel, So I would say, like you rightly asked, like what would education be in 34 and 44 for kids? I won't be surprised, like time will come when we'll now start having different gadgets that will enable education at our comfort zone, at our own pace. Do you understand? From the way this online thing is going. Like time will come where parents, all they just need to do is to get the right gadgets, stay at home, and do your thing. Like we have this U lesson now. I listen to students who talk about U lesson that they just go online and they learn, and by the end of the day, you see them coming out with flying colors. Just like that. So for me, I would say, I don't know, but from all indications, time will come where we start having gadgets that makes education so easy, for students. And but for me, you can't still overemphasize this issue of practical learning. Practical learning is another wider learning of its own, like coming out in the field, meeting your fellow students to do the right thing. But then at a point, I still strongly want to believe that we'll get to that stage where you have gadgets that make education at our own pace. So for me, that's just it.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for our contributions. We're still waiting for Ifoma. So if anybody has something to add, let the person also add. Ifoma, we're still waiting for you. Well, another stuff. What's your suggestion? Yes.
Maybe if the presenter is ready, why Ifoma is trying to sort her presentation out.
Okay, the next
So you can assist with
presenter.
that while the next presenter.
Oh,
comes in.
okay. John, are you available? Can you hear us, please?
That's my suggestion.
Yeah, thank you. John, can you hear us? John
Yes,
is
I
here.
can.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Are you ready? So you can actually take over. Oh, Ifoma, I've seen Ifoma's work.
Just give me a few minutes, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So John, I'm ready with Ifoma's own. Can she go on?
Then let's her go on.
Okay,
She can
thank
go
you.
on.
Okay, thank you. All right. So Ifoma, I'm going to share your screen.
Thank you very much. And my apologies for the delay. I don't know.
Yeah, these things happen. But then maybe in the next 10 years, it will become easier than this.
Hopefully.
Yeah, it happens. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can. Okay, so good evening, everyone. I am pleased to be here. My name is Ifoma Sandra Ohadua. I'll be talking on the influence of early education on shaping sustainable behaviors and mindsets. Yes, so basically, this is how early childhood education fosters sustainability. Yeah, next, please. So this is you meeting the presenter. My name is Ifoma Sandra Ohadua. I am an ed tech specialist. I've been in the educational sector for almost a decade now, and throughout my career, I've had variety of roles. I would say I've tested it all: preschool, lower elementary, standing upper elementary teacher, administrative manager, sectional head, and I gradually built my way up until I became a school administrator. So both in the administrative level and the classroom, experience, Montessori, we have done it all. And the educational sector is a sector I would not trade for another, because it has been, the way you say, it has molded a child. Yes, I have learned a whole lot. And I believe the educational sector in Nigeria, we need to do more. When you come out and you see practices that the Western countries are adopting, that are making learning better, making teaching methodologies easier, these are things you would want to do, and you hope to bring them back home. And for me, I am grateful for platforms like this, because this is we rendering a voice. This is we saying, yes, we want this change and we're going to definitely take it back home. So I have gradually digressed into the tech industry, where the plan is to equip myself more to do more for the educational sector, where we would give in our best to meet up with the 21st century way of learning and teaching. Thank you. So next. Yes, so I'll first of all define sustainability. For the past 3 days, we've heard the definition of sustainability in diverse ways, in the ways of educational practices and green life, in the climate and all. So I'll be going towards the green life area. Yes, so this is like the ability to meet needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It practically involves adopting practices that will not deplete or damage the planet. And at the end of the day, it will help us help our long-term health and our goals and well-being of the people and the planet. So I'll give an example now. Every day we hear global warming, we hear climatic changes and all. It is prevalent. In fact, it gets worse. I used to think, oh, Nigeria has extreme weather when you say, oh, it's Hamatan and it's extremely cold early in the morning. And before you know, the sun is so hot that you wonder what happened. And in some areas like Port Harcourt, if it rains, some days you'll be like, it seems like this is like the end of the world. Maybe Noah is about to build a second ark. And they are all attributed to climatic changes and all the effect of global warming per se, due to the pollution, the depletion of the ozone layer. When I got to the UK, that is when I realized that there are levels to this weather thing. So you will wake up in the morning, you're like, oh, I'm checking the weather forecast and it's going to be sunny all day. It's going to be a nice day, 23 degrees. And you're like, oh, wow, okay. I can actually just go out with light clothing. And before you get to the bus stop, you're shivering cold and you're wondering, like, what's going on here? How did the weather change all of a sudden? And before you blink, it is literally raining. And you're like, but what I saw today is actually showing that the weather is supposed to be sunny and fair and nice. And some other days it predicts it's going to be chilly and windy and you go out, it's sunny. So it is extreme here. Like you don't even know which to follow. So it's just advisable as you're going out, just dress as if everything is going to happen at the same time. So for me, this topic is about teaching children habits to, to help the the planet. Yes. This is about, teaching children how to, help the planet thrive. And for me, if you start teaching a child when the child is young, you tend to get it right. And yes, the importance of sustainability is, yes, this is just like to, address the growing global need for sustainable practices due to the environmental challenges like climate change, resource depletion, and biodiversity loss. Education, particularly at an early stage, serves as a cornerstone for fostering culture and sustainability. Yes, so if you instill foundational values and knowledge and education, it can guide children to making environmentally responsible decisions throughout their lives. Next slide, please. Thank you. So, the formative years are usually from ages 0 to 8. And at this age, if you can agree with me, children learn more. This is the age where children, in fact, a whole lot happens in their lives. You will see like a toddler, a 1-year or 2-year-old who is learning to talk, telling you, shut up, telling you, get out. Why? This is exactly what this child has been exposed to. This is what this child hears. This is what this child has experienced in his or her environment. And that is why it is imperative that we teach habits that children will take to grow up. And at this age, they're basically like, sponges. They absorb from everything around them, whether good, whether bad, from what they hear, from what they see, and from everything around them. So if you want a child to learn, like, in fact, minimum of 5 to 6 languages is within these formative years. This is when you eventually get that child to learn whatever it is you want to teach them, because the brain is still developing, and as it's developing, the more you instill, the more the cognitive skills tend to grow with the right things which you as an adult, as an educator, as a parent, you've imbibed in that child. And for me, as the children are not just learning, how to walk and talk, everything. This is when you teach your child, if you're a Christian or a Muslim, it is at this age that you teach your child either the Bible or the Quran or whatever religion you practice. You can teach cultural values, even when you are abroad and you want your child to have like a touch at home, like, like everybody has the Yorubas, you have to kneel before when you want to greet. The Igbos, you have to kneel if you want to greet an elder. There's a special way they say it in Edo and all. It is at this age that you teach children, oh, this is how we want it, this is how we do it, and they tend to learn faster. So that is why any value you want to instill in a child is easily achievable at this age. And why can't we, teach children sustainability? Because for me, anything you teach a child now, the child adopts and it becomes a way of life. If you instill sustainable behaviors in a child at this age, it becomes easy for it to be like a way of life, and the child will adopt and embody it fully. So we'll be going next to different things that we can teach a child to get sustainable behavior and practices. Next, please. Yes, so we can form, there are different habits and routines we can teach our children. We'll start with recycling. Most of us in Nigeria, well, I will use myself as an example. We don't recycle because, well, if we recycle, how do we like the sorted refuse and litter, how are they being disposed? So when I relocated, I thought it was business as usual. One bin will put food, put everything. But it was the first time that I realized that, the people who pick trash won't even take that because of the way it's not sorted. That was when I had a rethink. So if our children are properly taught that, recycling is something that they should do to help the ozone layer, if you put the plastics and the papers and the recyclable trash in one place, you put the compost, the food waste in another bag, it makes it easier for a child to know that, oh yes, we can recycle, and we know these ones are to be recycled and should be put in a different place. And even you as a parent, as an educator, you can actually start the recycling yourself. I've had a course to use some products, to do crafts for toddlers, like in the nursery session then, where we got empty cans, empty plastics, and we painted, we used paper to wrap, we cut out beautiful carvings on them, and they became pencil holders, some toothbrush holders. So we can actually do that and teach our children that, there is a huge importance when we recycle, and we don't just get to throw things away. Then another thing is conserving water. Children like to play with water. But if we can let them understand that waste is not good, there is no need that you're brushing your teeth and the tap is running. You turn off the tap while you're brushing, and when you need to gargle or rinse your mouth, you turn on the tap again. So when children see that, when you let them understand that, this will help the environment, this will make the environment healthier, they would follow suit, and it becomes a way of life over time. Yes, another thing is, yes, I've talked about reducing waste, which we can do by what's it called? By recycling plastics and avoiding single-use plastics. Then long-term impacts. We have to show examples of adoption of these habits. For example, you're traveling with your child or your children in a vehicle and you see a heap of dirt. If there are no litters, there won't be heaps of dirt on the road. So you encourage them not to throw things out of the vehicle. Maybe they're eating snacks and they throw the wrappings through the window. So when you discourage such habits, they will understand that, they are not just, yes, they will understand that it's part of a sustainable habit and they're keeping their environment clean too. Yes. So on to the next is the habits continue. Turning off lights and electronic gadgets. For some of us, I used to sleep with lights in Nigeria. For me, Shebi, we've paid for the NEPA bill, and no bill is coming again until next month. So I can decide to leave my lights on. I can decide to just, allow it. I'll go into the room. It is on. I go out to the parlor. It is on, and I didn't have the thoughts that conserving energy was something that is paramount. But when I relocated and I realized that the bill for light, that is one, and the effects too in the environment, I had to make that change. But I am looking at, okay, maybe if I had that understanding, that habit imbibed in me as a toddler, it would have been a way of life for me, irrespective of the fear of the bills per se, in quotes. But now, okay, yes, that taught me that. But I think if you teach a toddler, when they are young, it becomes a way of life. They will learn how to turn off the lights and all electronic gadgets. And also, it even prevents electrical hazards. People who charge their phones overnight and sleep, and you hear that, something happened and they got electrocuted. So these are the things that we can do. These simple habits, they can actually save life and at the same time preserve the environment. Then we can maximize the use of natural light in the classrooms. If the day is bright and sunny, why not throw open the windows, open the curtains, and let us use the light and put off the electrical bulbs to conserve energy. So that way the children, they also understand that, oh yes, we're helping the environment, we're preserving this energy, and we're using the effect of sunlight, and at the same time we're getting our vitamin D. So it's a win-win in all angles. Then watering plants responsibly. If you notice, if you make children leaders, let me assume in your class, you have a star of the week who is in charge of maybe getting other children's assignments or distributing of books, they become extremely responsible. In fact, you see that child, that's when you know that I now see why men fight tooth and nail to become presidents. That role of leadership, there is this aura that comes with it. There's this, there's this charisma that people see in themselves the moment they have that role of leadership. So I would advise that we make our children, we give them roles. If there is a garden, we can say, oh yes, oh, this is Vivian's patch. Vivian, you're in charge of watering the bean seedling. We have done. Oh, Ijoma, you're the one who will water the plantain sucker, and this person, you water the flower bed. You will find out that those children, they will guard those plants with their lives. And it becomes a habit that, oh yes, they know that they are watering, they are watching life grow. They are the ones in charge of that. And you find out that even beyond just those activities, they tend to become responsible teens that will grow up to become responsible adults, because yes, you're definitely giving them responsibilities. They know they're responsible for their toys. They know that they're responsible for making sure that things go right. Even at home, I am responsible for packing up after I'm done playing with my toys. I am responsible for washing my plates if the child has gotten to like an appropriate age to do that. Assigning tasks and making children responsible for them, honestly, it goes a whole long way to making them grow into valuable adults. Yes, so another thing is organize walking trips and teach children about environmental benefits of walking. To us, majority, well, that was the ideology I had initially. Exercise is only when I go to the gym and sweat it out. I don't count walking as part of it's not part of exercise for me. As long as I'm just I'm not sweating it out. But research has made us understand that even walking is a wholesome exercise. You're breathing well, you're muscles are strengthened, and you find out that at the end of the day, you find out that at the end of the day, you are losing and burning calories too. So we can actually, engage our children in activities like walks. Sometimes excursions should not really be when we enter the school bus and go to one place or the other. It could be hikes, as long as the environment is safe, as long as it is in a safe place. I encountered some children who came for an excursion here in the UK, and they actually walked from their school, guided by adults, to their excursion place, to and fro. That way you can teach the children about the environment. Social skills are established, they are chattering, they are gisting with their friends, and at the end of the day, everybody is happy. Then we can also encourage nature cleanup. Wearing appropriate gloves and using brooms, dusters, and packers, they can go around, remove trash and dirt from the environment. Inculcating the habit of cleaning up everywhere and around where they are, it will go a long way to ensure that this sustainable habit thrives. Then another thing is sharing and cooperation. Most children, they have this "it is my own" syndrome, especially if they are, let me use the word, only child, only son or only daughter. We have to teach our children how to share it because it is a sustainable habit. We have to let them understand that sharing too is very important amongst peers, amongst friends. It fosters learning. When you actually teach your child how to share, they will learn that, oh yes, it doesn't revolve around them all the time. They will know that it doesn't revolve around them all the time. So we also need to teach our children how to share. So on to the next one, please. Building awareness and understanding. So the first thing is, who are the ones who are in charge of all of these? It spans from the educators, it spans from parents, all of us, you and I. Educators can simplify complex environmental issues. It depends on how you teach. You can use craft, you can do water cycle, using paper, and make it fun. Children learn when they play. Children learn a whole lot through the playway method. Hands-on activities are quite engaging for children. Oh, yes, please cut out the sun. Oh, use the cotton wool to make the cloud hair. Everybody is involved. Everybody feels as part of the team. Break down the environmental issues, teach them in a way that they will understand, that they can assimilate, that they can actually relate to. Use real life scenarios to paint pictures and to drive home concepts. Also, there is absolute power in storytelling. We do picture reading for children. It's, sometimes we think that, oh, once a child gets older, they should read it themselves. No. They should read it themselves. No. You can still use the power of storytelling, wield that power, and it will drive home concepts. Children will not forget those concepts, especially if you use the story to teach a concept. In the toddler session, if you're teaching sounds, they tell you, Anna went into the garden and an ant. You are actually teaching the sound R, but the child, you can ask a child, what is the first letter sound? The child might not know. But the moment you retell that story, Anna, what sound exactly did we teach when we told the story? They will clearly remember and relate to what you are actually talking about. So use the power of storytelling. use stories, read books, use pictures. That way you will capture children, especially if they are visual and auditory learners. Let them understand. Let them understand the concept you're trying to teach, and this will in turn engage them in environmentally friendly actions. Also, explore hands-on activities, nature walks, gardening, classroom recycling projects. And another thing is, I would encourage parents. I know it is not easy when projects are given. Some parents will just go to the office, get it done, and bring back and give to their children. Allow those children be part of those projects. They are the one who are being taught, not as an adult. And that is why we ask that schools give ample time for projects, hands-on activities, that the children will have time, parents will have time to produce the resources for the children to use to carry out all these projects. Then, yes, these activities, they help children make connections between their actions and their broader environment. Next, please. Thank you. We also need to encourage empathy and responsibility. Yes, I've mentioned the part of responsibility. If your child can connect with nature, they'll be empathetic. They would understand that, oh, yes, the importance of observing wildlife cannot be overemphasized, as it turns into love and respect for the environment. I watched a documentary where a child derives joy from killing insects. Over time, it grew from insects to small animals like wall gecko and rats. And as the child was growing, he now graduated to killing cats and dogs. And when the parents when the mom was interviewed, she was like, oh, he's just a child. She feels that he will outgrow it. And it struck a nerve. I'm like, this child is gradually growing and graduating with the choice of what he enjoys killing. Why? Because there's no empathy for life. There's no empathy for life. These are the things we need to look out for. Your child is crushing a cricket, is killing a grasshopper, and you're like, oh, he's just a child. You have to teach the child that, oh, every insect or animal deserves to live, as long as it is not harmful. I'm not saying we should allow mosquitoes to live, but we need to create that awareness, that empathy, that a child, respects, has that empathy for life and for things around them, things that grow. They are aware that, oh, if this plant grows, it either becomes food for me or for an animal. If this thing grows, there is actually like an advantage to life. So we need to teach our children that empathy by making them responsible and connect with nature. So if your child does not connect with nature, there is no way the child will know that, okay, this thing is something that is living, or is a living thing and needs to live. So the child is normal paper that I can actually crush and move on with it. So children should also be taught about the direct consequences of their actions on the environment, especially littering. If you litter a banana peel, it might cause an accident. Would you want daddy's car to crash? No. But if you litter like trash like banana peels and it rains, it might cause a fatal accident. So we need to desist from that. Oh, do you like the way this place is smelling? In case they pass a heap of dump, they will say no. But if you continue to throw out trash through the window, and when waste is not properly disposed, this is what happens. So we need to create that awareness. Then children should also be taught, yes, I've already talked about that, how to nurture empathy towards animals, plants, and the earth itself, by making them act like caretakers. Yes, they should be caretakers of everything or some things within their environment. I remember growing up, I come from a family that loved dogs. My mom made it through a roster. I have to feed our dog at some point. It wasn't like I was going to do so much, but I needed to understand. For her then, she said she wanted to teach the act of keeping to time. Oh, I'm supposed to feed this dog at this particular time. So I know and I knew that I will get the smack of my life if I don't feed our dog at that particular time. I was quite young, yes, but she made me responsible for that. So even if the food wasn't within reach, I was now the alarm clock that would preempt the adult who was supposed to give me the food to give the dog. So these are the tiny habits that will help children understand that, oh yes, these are our contributions to making the environment healthier and saner. Yes, next, please. Of course, there will be challenges, when you're trying to teach all of this, especially at that age, ages 0 to 8. What do they know? But if you decide upon yourself that, oh, yes, if this child can learn how to talk, if this child can learn how to, behave in a certain way, yes, we can actually inculcate some certain habits that are sustainable in these children. So the first challenge is limited attention span. Oh yes, children, in fact, the attention span is as short as whatever you can say. Before you look around, the child is no longer interested. Well, please, this auntie should talk about this, her plant and animal, and go to somewhere else. But if you make it brief, if you make it interactive, if you make sure that they are involved, you're not the one talking to them like you're giving out a PhD thesis. You're not the one just talking and rambling on and on. If you ensure that it is interactive and there are hands-on activities, they would relate better to it, like sorting, recyclables, and watering plants. When everybody is equipped with the watering cans, the aprons, the boots, we're marching into the garden, the excitement alone is out of the world, and they will not forget that experience. Another one is abstract concepts. Yes, it's extremely abstract. You're telling a child that ozone depletion and what's his or her business with that? What exactly are you talking about? But if you simplify these concepts, you simplify it and you use concrete examples like turning off lights to save energy, or using a watering can to show how plants need water to grow, they will assimilate better and they can relate better. Then another challenge is sensory and developmental needs. Yes, some kids, the same, you understand that, they are not fully developed in some ways, but if you adapt activities that are developmentally appropriate, you make sure that the tasks are simple and they match their abilities. For a child who cannot talk, you do not expect that child to say anything. You can just give the child a very small watering can, and when you do it, you now prompt the child to follow suit. That way the child will understand what you're actually talking about. The last challenge is very developmental stages. Yes, just the way we have different buckets of children, that is the same way you teach these children. You group them according to their capability levels, and you differentiate activities according to their developmental levels, and you offer simpler tasks to toddlers and more complex ones for older or more advanced children. Yes, how do we create this supportive environment? Modeling behaviors. I am big on modeling. And it's a clarion call for teachers and parents to become role models. What you want your child to do, that is what you should do. For a child that you want him or her to read, and the child has never seen you pick up a book, it is hard to imbibe that habit. These children emulate better when they see the person they look up to, my daddy, my hero, my mommy, my role model, doing those things. If your child sees that, while you're brushing, you turn off the water, that child will definitely follow suit. Your child sees that, mommy has restricted screen time. It is not a problem telling him or her, your screen time is 1 hour or 2 hours. If your child sees you reading, the child knows that it's a way of life to read. If your child sees you praying, your child understands that, yes, this is something that needs to be done. So we need to be aware of what we do in the presence of our children, because as role models, they will emulate a whole lot. You cannot sit in front of your child and invite friends. I'm not judging anyone's lifestyle, but there are some habits that some parents and teachers portray that are not worthy of emulation. And tomorrow you expect your child to do otherwise. It doesn't happen that way. So as role models, as parents, as teachers, let us key into these sustainable habits. And the more we do that with lots of reinforcement, these children, they will follow suit and even do better. Then social learning, peer influence and collaborative activities also, yes, they can promote. Some children, they rather learn from their friends. Oh yes, my best friend is Ada, and this is how Ada wears her this is what Ada wears. I would like to wear what Ada is wearing. If Ada's mom is keen in with what I'm saying and is teaching her children sustainable habits, obviously my child will want to learn that. So we should also encourage social learning amongst groups, teamwork amongst in our classrooms, activities. After you've grouped your children, you just allow them to do their thing with adult supervision. Some children will learn better that way. Next, please. Yes, so call to action. Nurturing a sustainable environment or a sustainable future begins today. It is for you and for me. It is not a task for educators alone. Most parents believe that teachers are magicians. Oh yes, once my child goes to school, anything he or she doesn't learn at school, it is the teacher's fault. You forget that the child spends time with you too as a parent. So if the teacher is doing her part and you are doing your own part, it makes it easier. The children, they understand that, oh, my mom and my teacher, my dad and my teacher, our guardians and the teacher, they are on the same table. We are standing on the same protocol, and we know that, oh yes, this is it. This is the way forward. So these sustainable habits should be taught not just by educators in school, it should be taught by parents too. By doing all these little and sustainable habits, it will help the children assimilate faster. It will help them embody these habits, quickly. Then educators, please, sustainability should be embedded in the curriculum, to help the children understand that, oh yes, sometimes some teachers, they get creative only when it's arts class. It shouldn't be. Hands-on activities can be taught in every subject, in every topic. Hands-on activities can be done in every topic and every subject. That is my belief. Crafts can be done in every subject and every topic. Yes, it's going to be a little more be a little bit more tasking, but if you plan ahead and execute effectively, you'll be able to achieve it. Yes, then community and policy makers should support initiatives where teachers, educators are actually trained. The trainings can even include parents. If they are free or if they are subsidized, parents can come in and learn how to, how to implement these sustainable habits. And at the end of the day, we have a healthier environment. We have more responsible children. We have parents and teachers who are more sensitized and educated and are willing to do the right thing. And at the end of the day, we'll have a safer, saner, and better environment. Next, please. I think that will be all from me. So questions and answers, contributions, and all. Mr. John, hope you're getting ready too. So please bring in your questions, your answers, and I will check if there are questions in the chat. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. John. I love this presentation, just so relatable. Thank you, Ijoma, I agree. Yes, so please, I'm open to questions now. or comments, or please let me hear from everybody. Let me not know I was talking. Let me not feel like I was talking to myself.
Yeah, Ifeoma, it was excellent presentation. Very relatable and quite concise, and yeah, it really it was a really good one. Well done.
Thank you, Ms. Bola.
So you just shown your expertise in the preschool as a Montessori directress. That's a very good one, and I hope parents listening in, will have would have taken one or more things, learning curve from what you've said today, and as well as teachers as well on this platform, or that are watching via other channels. This is really, really a very good one, because usually for the children, many people that are preschool teachers do not know that children learn by play. They do not know that there's something called structured and unstructured play, whereby, children just going out on that playground, playing, they are learning, they are developing gross and soft motor skills. Do you understand? That's what they're developing. They're learning role play. They are learning a lot. So this is what many educators do not know. And that's why sometimes when they keep them indoors all day in classrooms, it's quite, challenging, because you're not allowing the child to go out, explore the environment, explore, nature, and develop their gross and fine motor skills, develop, pincer grip while they are gripping on the slide, on the, they are developing those muscles, those gross motor skills that we can't see. So it's really, really a good one. It's a good one, and I hope everyone has taken something very useful from this presentation slides today. Thank you, Ifeoma. Well done.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ifeoma. That was a good one. For me, I want to add that even though I'm still a full-blown adult, I still learn through play. Please, you should forgive me if that's an offense. So I still
Agbaya.
you're your own. No.
This big baby.
I still learn through play. Yes, so thank you so much, Ifeoma, for that wonderful presentation.
Yeah.
Mr. John, we don't know if you are ready. Who is that?
Please,
Who
can
is that admin
please,
that
can
is
I
laughing? Why is
say
that? Why is
something, please?
Yes, Ijoma. Are you the one laughing? Are you the one that put this
I didn't
laughing
laugh,
stuff?
oh, please, I didn't laugh.
So,
Okay, so from what you guys are saying, it reminds me of why I used to preach, or I still preach, that when you are punishing, because it's always easy to say, okay, this child is disturbing me in class, or this child has done something, and then you take away the child's break time. I can categorically say that that's one of the most crushing things you can do to a child, because apart from the fresh air being good for their brain and them needing that refresh, I feel like that there are other things. And especially when, so maybe, for instance, a child was making noise in class or disturbing in class. So I'm trying to think, because in Montessori we learned that punishment should be synonymous with crime. I remember those days in I think I was teaching year 4. I think that's one of the most extreme ones I've done. The 2 extreme ones I've done. Okay, so there's one where in year 4, there's a child that used to go to the toilet and just pee anyhow and come. And private schools in Nigeria that I have experienced, there's usually a cleaner, right? that goes to the toilet once in a while. So this cleaner came to me. She was finally frustrated. She was telling me that, oh, it's been happening for a long time, and I never knew. Of course, I would never know. Number one is a boys' toilet. I wouldn't even go there in the first place. So I called the child. So let's say the child's name is Bolu. I'm like, Bolu, what's going on? You know, why you always do this? So I gave him the first warning, and I told the cleaner to let me know. And then it happens the next day. So and I remember someone saying that some teachers could be reluctant to tell parents stuff. And I have that experience. And I also don't have that experience because the 2 or 3 schools I've been fortunate to work with, they give teachers some level of autonomy, especially when they know that you have sense. You know, so I sent a message home to say, this child is going to help in cleaning toilets. So I know that's extreme and it's not something you can easily get away with. But I told the parents because I needed the child to do it after school, right? I wasn't going to tell the child to go and do it when his mates are doing math. Or the child who's running on the corridor and you don't run because you can fall. And then instead of taking away your break time or telling you to write lines, I'm going to tell you to walk on the corridor. Walk on the corridor 50 times. Go front, back, front, back. Keep walking like that. Walk. When okay, are you okay now? Do you now know how to walk? Okay. If you run on the corridor again, you have to do that again. You know, so I feel like many times we're tempted. Even me, I'm tempted because it's one of the easiest things to do. So you're doing this. You're going to stay back in break. It's very crushing. But I feel like for the child's own, in quotes, development self, not just so that you feel good that you're punishing the child, but child own development, I feel like we shouldn't be taking break because that break time is so important to them. Thank you.
Okay, admin is Mr. John.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Joma, for that. Sorry. Wow, I didn't even know that. Do you know, I've never given a child punishment to go and clean the toilet. If anybody gives me that kind of punishment, I think I'll faint. I'll faint as a child.
It was the toilet he messed up, so it wasn't the toilet. It was his toilet, like clean the seats, and mop the floor.
Okay.
His mess. He cleaned his mess, basically.
Okay, that's fine. All right. I guess the next speaker is actually Joma, not John.
Okay.
Oh, this one she said okay. So Ijoma is ready for us. So John, you are coming last. We're calling now.
I'm used to doing things as excellently well, but I don't know if I should beg before I start or beg after I finish, but just manage me like that, please.
Okay, the floor is open for you. The floor is open.
Hold on, sorry. So you say wish. Has it been that long I use Zoom? How do you? Okay, I see it now. Share. All right. So can you give me
the sharing? Okay, fine. The control. Uh-oh. I gave it to John. Okay. Now you can go. You're good to go.
Okay, let's see. Right.
Ijoma, you have the control.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have to control my way into the thing. Let's see. One second. Okay. I'm assuming we can see that, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So when sorry, my name is Ijoma, and I think my topic is role of creativity in sustainable education. And what came to mind was how we can basically use creativity to help with education that is sustainable. And in this case, sustainable being measuring up to a certain standard and being effective and being quality, basically, right? So I'll go ahead. Can I quickly say something? So I am a science person through and through, right? I remember when I went to do my master's, and after it'd been a while between my master's and my BSc. And when I was doing my master's, I was thrown back into reading, and not just reading like I was used to, because like I said, I'm a science person, there were no formulas, there were no calculation. Hey, it was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, going from geology to education. When I had to put this slide together, when I put this slide together and I was seeing other people's slides, I'm just like, man, I have really lost the skill because it's been a long time I've had to do this. So again, please bear with me. My slide look very basic. So thank you in advance. Anyway, so let's see.
Okay.
Creativity is one of the most critical skills for the future. Without creativity, there'll be no innovation. I did this under duress, that's putting these definitions. Left to me, it's just pictures that were in my slideshow. But let's manage me. So what is sustainable education? Sustainable education is an educational approach that aims to equip students with the knowledge, skills, and values to contribute to a sustainable future. The goal is to develop people's capabilities to create more sustainable ways of life and to motivate students, schools, and communities to act for sustainability in their own lives, communities, and globally. So basically, it goes further than the classroom, sustainable living. All right, so let's pop back into the classroom, which is what I'm going to focus on really. Some reasons why creativity is important in the classroom. Okay, so we'll start with the makes learning less tedious. So they'll say when you teach and you infuse creativity, learning becomes fun. The children who typically struggle with concepts, they can, they can key into what you're teaching them, because it's not just sit down and listen and write, it's they're moving, they're speaking, they're making, for instance. And then there's aids mental growth, critical thinking. And for that one, I think it's self-explanatory. So the critical thinking, the ability to think outside the box, the ability to what's it called? What's that thing called again? If I remember, I'll come back to it. Improves concentration. When you're speaking in front of the classroom and the children's minds are wandering, because it's so hard, even as an adult, even when I was in university, I know how difficult it was to listen to a lecturer ramble on for minutes on end. So it's definitely not easy for children to sit down and just listen and write, And then it prepares children for the future, the dynamism of the future, the fact that there will be need for children to be able to adapt to different scenarios. Sitting down and listening to lecture is not going to help any child prepare for that kind of future, There's fosters collaboration. Most of the time when there's creativity infused in a learning scenario, there's usually people typically there will always be space for working in teams and stuff like that. Yeah. And then you get used to being able to listen to someone's ideas and someone's listen to ideas, and you take the best of both ideas. It's a training thing. You have to do it for a long time. You don't just learn it by one class or one term. It's something that if you continue doing it through the years, and you get used to it, and you know how to listen, calm down, listen. Not every time, even if you feel like your idea is the best one, not every time your idea will be the one that the group will go for, stuff like that. And then improves academic performance. This is the one that many people don't realize, is that when you use creative ways to deliver your lessons, it actually improves academic performance. And we'll get to how it does that. So yeah. So these are the some reasons why creativity is important. Oh, okay. All right. How do we make our lessons creative? So for me, this is me talking from experience now. The first two, you can totally see that I went and copied and pasted something from the internet. But this one, I sat down to think of what I think about when I have a topic at hand, right? So the first thing I usually do is refrain from a definition. Whether it's maths, whether it's English, whether it's history, whether it's science, I never start from a definition. And another thing I consider is I use what I have. I'm not going to sit down and start saying, oh, I wish I had that. I wish I had this. I'm going to look around and make the best of the sticks, the containers, the papers, the pens, whatever it is I have for that lesson. Then there is make use of cross-curricular opportunities. And what I mean here is, so for instance, how do they do it these days? Let me try and remember. So for instance, if you are learning maybe about one day to be so, but let me just give us an example. You're learning about the Biafran War, which I don't think we ever did or I ever taught, because our curriculum is not for us. But let's imagine you're learning about the Biafran War, right? And you're teaching your kids about the Biafran War. I'm not going to make my history class, okay, more like I would, even if I'm doing math, for instance, and I want to do, for instance, the cities that were affected by the Biafra War, for instance, I could use the information that we have researched, because you always start with research. I can use that information and I could have a math class from there where I maybe plot a graph. There's a graph work in there. I can use it to do operations work. So you can bring history into math. You can take comprehension, something that you are learning about, or a book that you're reading. Ooh, that's something I used to love to do. There will always be a book for a term we're reading. So for instance, let's see, something popular like, is there anyone here who has had a book they were reading in their classroom? Like you are reading a book, the whole class reading, like you come in the morning, maybe at some point, your class knows that it's reading time and you read like 5 pages. Is there anyone here who has done that before, please, in Nigeria? And if you have, what book did you use?
Please, can you repeat the question, please?
Okay, can you people hear me, or I'm talking too fast?
I was distracted a
Yeah,
bit.
we can hear you, although you're speaking in low tones, but it's okay, it's audible.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you asked if we've ever
Yes,
read, engage pupils or students in reading
yes, whole reading.
books in pages, right?
Yes, like you have a book that you start with at the beginning of the term or half a term, and you read it for the whole.
Yeah, we do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, yes.
We
Good.
do that.
Okay,
When we give out, for instance, in my school, every week, children take the books home to read, storybooks and novels. And then because some of these books could be quite bulky, so we set them in pages, okay? And when they bring it back the following week, we review. So we do book review together.
okay.
Okay, for me, in the school I left, what we actually do is that at the beginning of every term, The children, you know, they already know different classes, okay, for, let's say, for a section, okay, for a term, I mean to say, okay, the different classes, they already know that, okay, this is the book we are starting with, and we're going to finish this book, okay, by the end of the term, okay. So, and the book, it's fashioned in such a way that you find out that we are gonna have our comprehension from there, okay.
Great.
We are going to have our creative writing from there, okay. We are going to have like you know, the verbs, the verb, the grammar that will
Yeah.
be taught throughout that term. We are lifting some things from there to, you know, the children are seeing it. So we might even in a particular class do a dramatization, you know, fiction, you know, drama, or you know, playlets kind of a thing. You know, children are organizing themselves in groups to depict maybe a particular page or something using the action. Let's say it's the grammar for the week, you know, is maybe action word or something. You see, depending on the class, you know, it's
quite
all you know. What did you say?
No, I say it's quite endless, the amount of things that can come out when you are reading a text together. Like the amount of activities that can come out of it is a lot.
Yes. Yes. So, and this, what I'm trying to explain, the school was, you know, a British curriculum kind of school. Okay.
Yeah.
So it was quite interesting for the children. In fact, literacy hour was always quite interesting for them.
Yeah. Thank you for that. So it's good to know that because sometimes well, I'll speak for myself. When I am finding things, right? It's not quite easy to say, oh, I found something. Can we all as a school do it? Do you understand? Sometimes you get so excited and you're just doing something in your class, right? Meanwhile, the other year, for class are not doing anything like that. So it's quite good to bring up these things in like school meetings and stuff so that everyone is being blessed by what someone finds that will be useful for everyone. Because I used to find that quite challenging as a new teacher, especially when I used to teach in a school that had just one arm of the class I used to teach. So it was like nobody to share this thing I found with. But when I moved to schools that had like different arms, it became a bit easier. Okay, so how do we make lessons creative? Oh, to have mixed learners in teams. And when I say mixed learners, I mean I think it's better to put children with different abilities, mix them up when it's easier to mix them up as opposed to when you're teaching as opposed to the different styles. So when you're doing creative, it's easier to have your children mixed, right? Because each person can contribute something. I remember one class I used to have, there was a child, apparently he had just come from South Africa, and they said that in South Africa, you don't start school. I don't know what it was, but they made us believe that it was their curriculum that was the problem. I don't know if that's what it is, but he was quite behind in class. But I found out that he was this amazing artist, right? So after a while, because I used to make him do stuff for the class and hype that ability that he had. If I am sharing groups, I'd be like, I want this boy in my class. We want him in our club, in our team. We want him in our team. So it became as if, so the thing boosted his confidence so much that he started doing well in other areas anyways, So I feel like when you have taken the time to make your lesson creative, it's quite easier to involve all the learners in different things. They don't have to stay in their groups. Like this one is just coming up and these ones are very good because they're still going to learn. Yeah. And if it's even better because in that role where you grasp the concept faster and you're explaining it to somebody, it's still consolidating for you, and because the other child who is in quotes, a lower capability group is doing, and he's also hearing from his teammates and they're all collaborating together, he will probably grasp it faster too. And one thing I always preach is to leave worksheets for consolidation. When you just introduce a topic, I feel like the last thing you should do is introduce topic, and after the definition, you bring worksheets and children are starting to write stuff. And again, this is not just for arts or science or anything. I feel like for any topic entirely, for anything really, let's leave worksheets for consolidation purposes. And it may not even be in the first class, it may be in the next class, or to review what they've learned from that class, from that introductory, lesson. Okay, so let's see how we're going to do that. So this is where it becomes random, okay? There's no more definitions or anything from here on out, basically. So I want to say at this point, I just wrote these down because sometimes I feel like when teachers see some topics, it's almost as if there's no other way I can introduce it, but just by introducing it, they say, okay, we're going to divide. So operations, add, divide, and you just say, why do you do long division? You do long division because you do long division. You just write the number there and you divide it like this, and this is the formula, just learn it, bam, And I typically don't agree with that. So I'm going to take an example because it's easy to say, you can always break it down. But sometimes I think when you see something and then you can translate it into something else, right? So let me take, is there something here? Is there any topic under the math, for instance, that, that someone believes that we cannot break down into a level that it doesn't have to be worksheets? Like if I was going to introduce any of these topics, for instance, is there, okay, shapes is a bit easy. But is there any other thing here that someone has found that maybe they were just not able to break it down to make a creative class, to make a creative lesson, to make a lesson where there's no writing, where you're just doing an activity? Can I ask that question? Or is there any
Sure.
topic?
For me, I've looked at the topics. I don't think so. I don't think there's any for me.
That you can break down, right?
Yes, I don't think.
Okay. Plus the grammar one, right?
Yes.
So if you were to start a lesson, if you were to do a lesson that had to do with, let's make it easy. Something like adjectives, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
How would that typically go? Would you typically take that class outside, or would you typically would they be matching? What would the class typically look like?
It will look like a drama class because, like I said, I love coming in my entry behavior.
Yeah.
I enjoy coming in with songs or
I remember that.
story or an action, like an action that will keep them just dramatized to, captivate them. That's me for you. I could
Yeah.
remember, in fact, I could remember that year 4 children, the last school I left, that was Buttercups in Lekki. I could remember that when they were told that Vivian was going, so they told I'm sorry I'm telling this story. So they told the captain of the class to go and inform others that Miss Vivian will be leaving. The captain was like, I'm having a heart attack. You can imagine a year 4 child. So he was like, I'm having a heart attack. No, I can't do that. I just can't do it, And he didn't do that. They had to call another person, another boy, to go deliver the message.
Tell who? Sorry.
To go and tell his class. He's the captain of the class. So they called him in the HR's office to go let the class know, to go and inform. They like giving these children, that little responsibilities. Yeah. Okay, so they told him to go and inform his people that Miss Vivian will be leaving. The
Okay.
boy started saying heart attack, and he started demonstrating, and I looked at him and I remembered myself, because we do all these things together. So I don't know, it might not be real, but I felt, this guy has really learned from me. I don't know. So the guy started demonstrating in front of the HR. I'm having a heart attack. I can't believe it. I can't say it. You can't tell me. No, I can't do this. And, so after everything, he didn't do it. They had to call someone else to go talk to the class, you understand? And when I was later called into the class because they had to digest, they had to, take in the news and everything. So when I got to the classroom, all of them were, in fact, majority of them, they were asking them, okay, what are you going to miss, about Miss Vivian? Then I said, so who will make us to guess how the intro will come in, how we are opening our classroom, even the teachers, also some of them, everybody started laughing, like, look at these children. So when I looked at all these stuffs you just kept here, the topics, I can tell you for sure, if you like, I can start telling you as I'm looking at itself, I can tell you what I can dramatize, for my entry behavior, okay, that will captivate these children. I can come in acting like a question. I can come in dramatizing, this verbal, non-verbal communication, okay. So, or I can come in with a story for them. So each time each time a teacher is leaving, I don't show my face so that they pay attention to finish with that teacher. Because once they see me, they will start thinking, okay, what is she coming in? Because most times I normally come in for mathematics or science. So they will start thinking, what is she coming in for? How is she going to do it now? That kind of a thing. And they will be distracting the classroom. Yeah. So it's possible. And I encourage teachers telling stories, coming in, let your intro behavior, carry a behavior, let it have an impact on the learners. It tries to make them sit down and think with you. And trust me, once you captivate them at that beginning, they will flow with you and even make your lesson very, very easy for you.
Thank you, Vivian.
Thank you.
Anyone else, please?
Yeah, I agree with Vivian, and it's really, really possible. For instance, fractions. Let me use fractions, for instance. You want to come in to teach fractions in your class.
Yeah.
You come in with a pizza box or a fruit.
Yeah.
You put on a chef cap. Today you're a chef and you're a pizza, a pizza man coming in and the pizza is well divided in a way that it's so good to teach fractions with. So you come in, you put on your chef cap, and you come into the class. The children see you with a pizza box and be like, wow, whoa, what's happening? Are we eating pizza? That excitement alone, has captivated them. So this is really, really very important in education. Our entry point has to be made in a way that the attention of the students you catch their attention from the word go, from stepping into the class. I've had a teacher who dressed as an old man with white powdered face, and I've forgotten the topic he wanted to teach. I'm trying to really think now. And the class went agog with, so these are things that we could use, captivate the children and bring their interests on board before we just start talking and defining. So I agree with Ijoma, I should refrain from definition. So teachers that come in and start writing on the board and start writing definition, it is way wrong. You are starting off as, the rote teaching method already, so that's my take as well.
Sorry, I just want to say something. What you just said now reminded me of one of my intros. It was on creative writing. So I was supposed to talk about, we were supposed to go through Wizard of Oz. So I had to dress like a wizard. Yes, you remember, right? It's on Facebook, that people started talking. They were like, hey, where is your class? We want our child. Can you imagine from my Facebook? Yes, yeah. So I did that and I had to post it. And trust me, these children, they never stop talking about, that day. You get. So they could picture Miss Vivian and her dressing. And I didn't buy anything new. I had to use tissue paper. It's just like recycling we are talking about. I used the tissue paper to make that that long hat of a wizard. Of course, Ijoma, we've worked together. I love creativity. So I used tissue paper to make it and then carve out something and did the circular, whatever that you have to carry. Use one thing and use them what's it called? Use the wrapper, to tie it, a black one like that, and then wore my black bogus gown like this, and then I carried a broomstick and in fact it looked so cool. It's still on Facebook. So it is very, very good. That entry behavior is a powerful stage, in our teaching system.
Great. I like what you said about not having to like recycling, because that is also what puts people off, even if they're trying to plan for these kind of things. It doesn't have to be anything serious or anything, but I mean, I know how much pizza now is in Nigeria, so definitely not pizza, because that's not sustainable. But you can use an orange, of course, or any fruit that is cheap to come by, so that they
Yeah,
can use more than
definitely.
one.
Fruits, even sheet of paper, A4
Yeah,
paper that
exactly.
was ripped in the class. The teacher just, teaching whole and parts, and you want to introduce
Yes.
fraction. I've given a sheet of paper to the teacher. You can use this,
Yeah.
repeat, show them this is a whole. By the
Yeah.
time you repeat, the children will look like at you and be like, oh,
Yeah.
why is she tearing the papers apart, So use whatever you have. That is it. That's the key word there. Whatever is accessible. Just make sure your entry point is not all about coming to class and writing definition and writing on the board. Yeah, absolutely, Ijoma. I agree with you.
Okay, so I'm just going to give some examples because oops, what have I done? Hold on. I paused my sharing. How did I even do that?
No, we can see it.
Resume. Oh, okay. On this side, it said post. Okay, so after your entry and your maybe introduction, sometimes you walk from question to answer, sometimes you walk from answer to question. There's also the delivery of your topic and the concept you have. Either you're starting a new concept or you're building on the concept, because after a while, especially something like math or English, from year 3, you're really just building on concepts that they've learned, right? And it continues till year 6 until you add stuff like ratio and stuff like that. So in these pictures, I just wanted to show how you can bring in. So this was like a depiction, half depiction of cross-curricularism. So the first picture on the left is like this table, because usually I do what was it called though? So I'll set up different tables, right, with different activities. So this table was particularly to help my children who will find it easier. So basically, my low ability children for that class, they started with this because I realized that they would find it easier to do the painting thing, make angles. So their task was to make obtuse different kinds of angles and just paint it, right? And then they will label it afterwards. And then the one below too was one of the tables for that day where you use. So this is just like cardboard. I just cut up cardboard, right? And they're making angles with it. And then this was the third table for that day. And everybody had to go through each table. You start with whichever one you were comfortable with and you build up. So this last one where they're holding, this is also cardboard, pins, paper, and this thread, basically, And at the end of that class, by the time we went to the next class, and that's when I brought out worksheet stuff so that to consolidate and to see what they could remember from this class. And this one in the middle was us mixing history and math. We're practicing and collecting data to represent them as math. Now, the one at the bottom now makes me remember this thing where, you want to teach time, and you are struggling between how am I going to have clocks that are going to be enough for everybody, or, what am I going to do as opposed to putting the clock on the screen and letting everybody see. So for the one at the bottom, I printed those, for this table, I printed the clock faces and put it inside that transparent thing that you can put a marker on, the transparent, what are those things called? You know what I mean? The filing things, right? So that when they finish writing, they can use them again, just clean them and use them again. And then the one on the top is place value, but place value with lots of digits. And of course, measurements. I think it's a crime to teach measurements on the board or in Power Maths book or something, because I see that all the time. You're teaching measurements and I'm seeing book and paper. Why? Tape rule, rulers, water containers, even if they are not made. I mean, in this picture, if you look beyond this picture, that container used to be my dog food when he was a baby. The container, it's just to label it, label it. You do the measurement and label. It could be anything. I have buckets, I had plastic cups, so it didn't have to be anything that was fancy or like a proper, well-measured container, but were they having fun? Yes. Were they learning? Yes. Were they collaborating? Yes. Were they feeling like they were moving mountains? Yes. And they felt like they were doing it in their own space and time, basically, and they were problem solving. They were thinking critically. That's what the creativity does for them. Okay, so I'm going to, I think Ms. Bola talked about fractions, right? And I remember, because fractions is just fractions, after fractions, there's mixed fractions, there's equivalent fractions, fractions has a family of its own. And then after that, you do percentage and then you do decimals, but it all starts with fractions. So I remember, I'm not going to show this video because it's a bit, oops, the video is showing on its own. No, please hold on. I'm so sorry. I wasn't going to play the video, but I forgot to take it out. 1 second. Let me just move on, please. Hold on. But that was like a video to, again, help to see how even with the add-on concepts, we still don't have to start with paper. So it was a lesson on equivalent fractions and how when an activity is done, sometimes I don't explain to the children what I'm trying to do with the activity. I say, what do you think we should do to maybe make something equal? Or what do you think just happened? They go back, they talk about it, then they come, so they kind of, they take their own learning. It's almost as if, man, I'm in charge of my learning, so, anything I'm bringing. And when they bring the answers to the table, you acknowledge the answers, there's that pride and responsibility that comes with the aftermath of creative lessons. So this is science and also English, because those hula hoops, for instance, I use them for every single subject on this life when I'm trying to categorize something. So even if in grammar or whatever it is, just write stuff on paper and have the kids move around, because movement is very important to children. The pictures on the left, I didn't have to go anywhere. I just took rugs from my house, took cars from the kids' toys. Oh, so sorry. The faces are not supposed to be showing. Now, this is a science class that was to do with lights and shadows investigation. And by the time they finished it, they turned it into a puppet show. So that's that science lesson that has to do with measuring, that when light is shining on an object, you measure the distance between the shadow and the object, etc., stuff like that. And then for English classes too are very tempting to sit down and just write and write and write and write. But the first set of pictures, for instance, was supposed to make information posters. So just like if this was this age, I'm sure many of the posters would be like Taylor Swift posters, for just they get the main gist of what they should be doing, how you should arrange your information, and then they go off and write whatever it is that pleases them. And then one thing that just came to mind, wait, hold on. Something came to mind and then I've forgotten it. Oh gosh, wait, hold on. If I remember. But anyway, English classes, that's one outdoors too in the playground was also an English class, so English classes too can be dynamic because English is one where sometimes writing is inevitable, but it depends on how the topic is introduced, and then they will be more than happy to write. So for instance, I could have made all of us do this information text with a topic that I chose, but just to keep them happy or passionate, the ones that want to write about football, write about football. Or wanted to write about shark, that wanted to write about slime. And there's something I also realized that was happening to me. Sometimes I expect much from the children, So for instance, they come into year 3, they come into key stage 2, and they're trying to learn how to infuse their stories with maybe powerful verbs or adjectives or this and that, and I teach them the thing, right? And then I expect them to remember how, they're just practicing this thing, or they're just learning it for the first, second, or third time, So I know that many of us put it maybe on the walls when we learn this thing, but I feel like they should be put on the table, allow the children to have it, encourage them to have access to it in a way where we understand that is what they need at that point, the encouragement, and it's almost like to learn the habit of using these kind of things to build up your storytelling or build up your creative writing. So it's what they need at that point. We shouldn't keep it away from them, because I know it's a bit commonplace now, but I also have experienced people who say, oh, don't look at the wall, or don't even put stuff on the wall because you think the children are copying. I'm like, I don't understand. Nobody learn, they can't learn. Or you just give a child a topic and say, write a full page on something. You don't give the child any access to, come on now, sometimes it can be a bit too much for the kids, so help them practice, because that's what they're in school for, to practice how to write creatively. And yeah. Okay, so let's do some barriers to creativity in sustainable education. So usually it's the fear that the children the fear that when you cover, if you spend time running around and playing, as they call it in the lesson, the children won't be able to meet whatever targets are set, right? And the thing is that until you try it, that fear will always be there. So what I know is that schools have tried it or classrooms have tried it, and if you implement it properly, and that brings me to poor planning or implementation, if you implement it well, because when you are doing creative, when you are teaching in a creative way, or you want to tailor your classes to be creative, you also need to know how to be able to assess the children, right? Because again, they are still different categories of learners. How do you follow them up? How do you make sure that everybody eventually is on the same space? So usually when I start my lessons and have rota tables where there are different activities, at the end of that, or in the second lesson, I'm going to introduce worksheets to see what they remember. And of course, it's going to be differentiated at that point. So, and is either I differentiate it off the bat, or you go through the levels of difficulty and now decide where you are on. Now, if perchance I have a child or two that's true, at the end of this space of time, they are not grasping. Once or twice, I've had to call a parent to say, we've tried to cover this topic. In fact, that once or twice was maybe when I was younger. Yeah, but I know I've called a parent or 2 times to say, we've done this, and can you just please help me follow up with this, because we're going to another topic, So just keep the parents informed, because it won't be nice to just leave that hanging, or if the child needs more practice before assessment time. Okay, so if you say lack of space or outdoor area, I understand that as a challenge, but it's to use what we have to get what we want, really. Doesn't have to be such a large space. We can make it work on the tables. And then the seeming lack of resources can also be a put off. But again, stick, stones, paper, like Bola said, anything is just to really think critically about what I know is that practice makes perfect. The more you think of the topic you want to deliver, and the first question is, how do I break it down? How do I break it down? You become quite used to the fact that when you have a topic, you need to break it down. And when you're breaking it down, you're not going to bother thinking about any big short resources. So some schools may have resources. I purposely put pictures that I didn't use resources. My school did have, the last school I worked in did have some resources, but that's just because they were there. If they were not there, would have found an alternative somehow, right? So I am done. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Joma. I don't know if there's anybody that has something to say or add or subtract or question, because in the absence of that, we want to quickly invite John. John, okay, yeah, John is here. Any comments, any question?
I don't think John is here anymore.
Yeah, John is here, admin.
Oh, right, admin. Sorry.
Nicely put, Ijoma. This is really, really, I was just wishing more teachers joined in tonight. Well, we're grateful it's on YouTube, so they will access it via YouTube at their own time. Really, really lovely. Thank you, Ijoma.
Thank you.
Okay, in order not to waste time, let's call on John, Mr. John, to please take the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we can see your slide, John.
Okay. Okay, so this is what I'm going to be talking about tonight, the importance of climate change inclusion in school curriculum. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can see a screen, but
You can hear me?
you're not quite audible, or is it me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please. Yes, we can
Yes.
hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So I'm going to be talking about the importance of climate change inclusion in school curriculum. And my name is John Ojonuguata. I am a writer.
John, please speak up. You've gone in again, your voice.
Okay. Maybe let me use the column. Can you hear me now?
Yes, better.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay, so I'll be talking about the importance of climate change inclusion in school curriculum. So this is just a little bit about me. And basically the focus for me from this part of the screen that you're seeing right now is this, where I submitted a particular photo for a contest. which focused on climate change. And it didn't win actually, but it was an honorary mention. And the reason why I'm talking about this is because this relates to the theme of our, excuse me, this relates to the theme of this year's conference. So the matter of climate change inclusion in school curriculum is something that we are still battling with, especially in Nigeria. I'm not sure there are many schools that are all inclusive when you talk about climate change. So they basically do it outside of their curriculum in most cases. There are not many of them who will say, okay, well, including this or bringing this particular topic into all of our subjects. So that is something that we'll talk about as this particular speech goes on. So it's basically an honor to be part of this conference, and I appreciate the efforts of the organizers, the lovers of education, and all the other participants, those who have spoken days before and those who have spoken today. So this is me just lending my voice to the theme of the Voice of the Teachers Conference 2024, which focuses on sustainability in education. So I'm talking about why climate change should be included in school curriculum. First things first, the Earth's climate is rapidly changing. This is something that is not new to us anymore. And the nature of this change is really alarming. And then the consequences of these changes have been felt at different levels and in different continents. So these changes that occur are mostly negative. So they affect human societies, they affect the ecosystem, and all of these consequences, one way or the other, we bear them. We go under the sun and then we're complaining that it's too hot. We barely have clean water in some areas to drink because of, all of these issues, all of these consequences coming from the changing climate. So what I'm trying to do in this presentation is to explore climate change, talk about climate change education, the impact climate change is having on our world, and then the need to include it in our school curriculum. So whatever I'm doing today is not just the end of the fight for climate change inclusion in school curriculum. We can also have other researches carried out by people to explore other ways of making sure that climate change is included in the school curriculum. So let's move on. So we'll be talking about understanding climate change. So what is that? What is climate change in essence? So the United Nations says, and I quote, climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns. Such shifts can be natural due to changes in the sun's activity or large volcanic eruptions, end of quote. And then to add to that, the National Geographic describes climate change as, I quote, the long-term alteration of temperature and typical weather patterns in a place, end of quote. So the change in climate actually takes place over a long period of time. It is measured not just in days or seconds and all that. You look at it for a period of time, just like what the BBC reported, that global warming exceeded 6.5 degrees Celsius across the 12-month period between February 2023 and January 2024. So you see, it's almost a year-long report. So you combine that, you look at what is happening, the changes in weather, the changes in temperature, and the weather patterns around a place before you can be able to say that, okay, the climate is changing. And the changes that you notice, you put that together. You say, okay, this is August. So from August, for instance, till December, what have we noticed? Is there a change? Are we having so much sun? What is happening to the plants? Are they dying unnaturally and all of that? So you consider all of that, you put all of that together before you understand better what climate change is all about. So let me ask this question. So who is responsible for the issues of climate change? Who is basically responsible? I need answers, please.
You and I.
Okay. Do you have any other responses?
Yeah, I agree with Vivian. Everybody is responsible.
Okay, so do we have reasons for saying that? Could we give
Yeah,
at least one
basically,
reason?
I think our behaviors, our attitude to the planet is
Yes.
just like when I was during my presentation, I mentioned a graduate that still thinks it's okay to empty his trash inside for
Mm,
the drainage,
yeah, yeah.
So these are things that they contribute to this, everyone.
Okay.
Even the grown men, even the well-educated grown men that we on the road, you know? Yes, I'm yet to see it here.
It's
I'm yet to
everywhere.
see it,
You'll be
you know?
arrested where you are if you try that.
Thank God I'm not a guy.
You
I'm not gonna even try
will.
it. I'm yet to see it here, you
So
know?
that is it.
Oh, good. Okay, yes. So everything lies in front of us as humans. We are the major causes of climate change. So even if we point fingers now, we'll still come back to all of us. So we are the ones, right? And it's actually not shocking because the United Nations says that since the 1800s, human activities have been the main driver of climate change. So what do? We have been burning fossil fuels like coal, oil, gas, and the rest of that. So they generate these greenhouse gas emissions that now cover the earth like a blanket, and then it traps the sun's heat, then turns to this rise in temperatures that we experience in different parts of the world. So now we deal with a lot of things here, right? We deal with these greenhouse gases. So the greenhouse gases are causing climate change, and they have this composition of carbon dioxide and methane. So when we use gasoline for driving cars or coal for heating buildings, for example, we have these experiences. We notice all of these things. Then if we clear lands, if we cut down forests, we release carbon dioxide. And then some other activities that we do, agricultural activities, oil and gas explorations, and the rest of them, these are sources of these greenhouse gas emissions that we we are talking about. And now, over to climate change education. So we're asking now, what is climate change education? What does it focus on? What does it talk about? So the UNESCO says that climate change education is a way of helping people understand and address the impacts of the climate crisis. That is, by empowering them with the knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes needed to act as agents of change. So it's like presenting before you a manual, a guide on how to become an agent of change. And the change here is to undo what has been done. So we've made mistakes. We've tried to make the earth unlivable for us. So what do we now do? That is what UNESCO is talking about. So how do we go back to changing everything to become the way it's supposed to be, to make the earth livable for all of us? So that is where climate change education comes in. So it tries to address and develop effective responses generally to climate change. Then in this case, it helps learners to understand the causes and consequences of climate change, then also prepares them to live with the impacts of climate change and empowers them to take appropriate actions to adopt more sustainable lifestyles. So this is something that is continuous. And that's why we're talking about including climate change in our school curriculum. There is no better way to do that than having people who are interested in making sure that climate change becomes a general talk everywhere. So people who work to promote sustainability, governments in general, individuals, groups, society, and all of that, people who are interested in making the earth livable. These are the people who can always join hands, join forces with the rest of us to be able to promote this climate change education that we seek. And climate change education for me isn't just what you teach in school. It is something that you live. So it is just like people saying, for instance, that the first Bible people read is you, your attitude, what you do. So I feel that this is something related to it as well. So if you are talking about climate change in any way, if you're educating people about climate change, if you're empowering people or engaging people on discussions concerning climate change, then you have to live it. You have to do it. You have to make it for people to see. If people do not see it, how do they believe that you really think about climate change? You think about sustainability in general. So that is now the question. So I've written some reasons why we need to include climate change in the school curriculum, and then some kind of propositions that I'm presenting as well. I'll not bore you with this part here. Let's move forward. So these are some of the things I noted. I just curated about 4 different reasons. So the first one here is fostering environmental awareness. I want to ask, when did we as individuals now, when did we really get to know about climate change? When? When did we first hear about climate change?
For me, I would
And
say
what did we think about it? Well,
go on.
and So where did you hear about climate change first, and what did you think about it? What did you make of it?
Okay, I learned about climate change at my degree level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so what did you think about it the first time?
Well, the first time it was quite alarming for me because anyway, it's the course I studying geography and
Okay.
technology, how human behavior is affecting the earth. And it was
Okay.
alarming and
Yes.
very alarming.
Okay.
But over the years, what,
Yes.
technology, what human activities has caused the earth, the deprivation,
Yes.
So it's quite alarming actually. And yeah.
Okay. Right. Do you have any other contributor?
Yes, I first heard about it. That was in secondary school, and the first thing that came to my head was maybe the world is going to end again. like, like in the
Okay.
days of Noah, maybe that one was what's it called? Rain. Maybe this
Yes.
time is the clouds that are going to
Yes.
fall, and
Coming down.
exactly. So that was how I felt about. I was really, really alarmed about it.
Okay. Oh, well, for me, I first heard about climate change in the university. And the first time I heard about it, I was afraid because I didn't know what exactly to expect. I didn't quite understand it then. When they just say climate change, I say, why would climate change? Why exactly will it change? Not for good now, but to something that will now become harmful to the rest of us. So why do we have this happening in this part of the world, that happening in the other part of the world, and all that? So I was afraid. I said, okay, when is this going to end? When is the world going to end? I was just waiting at some point. I said, I just hope it ends in a good way. That sort of thing. So I feel that including climate change in the school curriculum is beneficial to all because it fosters environmental awareness.
Oh, sorry, John, I wanted to say something.
Okay, all right.
Okay, you can see all of you guys went to a very good school. Me, when I saw it, when I heard it, it was abstract for me. I did not relate such things to life, anything. No, 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 no. That was not how I was taught. No, no, no. Even though, yes, we were taking care of things, other things, recycling, but I did not relate it like that. So when I first heard climatic change, no, because everything the school I went to, it was abstract. It's you that will later go and try and read things to relate to your environment and all that. I'm serious about this. Yeah, it was that pathetic. Yeah.
Sorry about that. But at least you know better now.
Yes, yes. And that's why I know that there are some people, some of the younger ones, even the teenagers, that could, that could be experiencing what I experienced, you understand? And that's
Yeah.
why I believe that different platforms should, give voices to this, to children, the youths, to teachers, so that they can also learn, and be able to start thinking and relating certain knowledge to real life
Yeah.
situations as early as
Yeah.
possible.
That's true.
You're right, Vivian. It was what you said about, it was that pathetic that really got me. So I didn't mean to laugh at your experience. When you said it was pathetic, I'm like,
I'm telling you. I studied
why would you
biochemistry.
use that word pathetic?
Yeah, okay. Now look at you. You guys are even lucky. You could go for a field trip. Okay, imagine me in my own generation. When I was in
Wait
school,
for your
I studied
personal field.
biochemistry. If you come to my room, I'm drawing all the life cycles and everything, connecting it, linking pathways. And these
Oh my
things are
God.
abstract. I don't know how to
Mm.
relate it to my the life I'm living, you understand? But I
That is
need to
why,
Yeah.
learn. I crammed. I really crammed.
exactly.
You know,
That is
Mhm.
I
why.
said I will wake up. I can still, as I'm talking now, I can still remember the experiences. I will wake up from my bed. My wardrobe is facing me. I've drawn. I love drawing. I have my
Yeah.
pathway on that wardrobe. You get?
Mm.
It was pathetic, my sister, seeing how children are learning in this, seeing how I'm teaching children, how my colleagues are teaching children. I'm
Yeah,
like, you guys are enjoying.
yeah,
Kai, they
yeah,
failed us.
yeah,
Mm.
That's why I said it was pathetic.
yeah. I know. I especially in the public schools where, there's no leadership kind of
Yeah.
thing that
Of
can
course.
guide the teachers. They're all just doing whatever they like to do. Yeah.
Mm.
Sorry, ma, I want to add that even the
Okay.
private schools that we were thinking, oh, we had it all. When I got here and I had my first presentation, in my head, I was feeling like an illiterate because so when the lecturer is telling you things about critical thinking, analytical writing, and you're wondering what in God's name is going on here. Everybody is answering questions and you're lost. So even the private schools, there's no, I'm not sure I can say, oh, there's anything that separated us from the public schools, because if you bring all of us to the Western world, zero. That is it for me.
Mm.
Wow.
But
Oh.
I feel like it's just because that is what the colonials left us, right? When they were
Mm.
getting people prepared to be secretaries and just it's like basic education. So I feel like the only crime that we committed was not updating along with everybody else. Because
Yeah.
even sometimes if you go to schools that are outside the country, you will see some old school people there that have refused to update
Yes. To
their
change.
their
Yeah.
operating system.
Mm.
They can't cope. Just
Operating
that they're waiting to
system.
retire.
But the percentage is quite low.
It
Our own is that it's not even that we refuse to, upgrade alongside. Sometimes even the facilities, if they are provided, they are carted away by people
Yes.
who feel like it's their best right. As far as my father is the chairman of a local government, I'm the only one who is supposed to have access to some kind of. So sometimes when we shout government, the corruption is amongst ourselves. There is wickedness in the society, honestly.
There's
That's what I can
wickedness
say.
everywhere.
Of course.
There is
So
wickedness because
that's why. Sorry, can I finish? That's why
Yeah.
the so-called civilized places, they have punishment for the slightest thing.
yes, you're accountable
Everybody is
for
mad.
everything.
Do you understand? If you leave them now, they will run red lights, or they would, everybody will be misbehaving, because that's just in the human nature. We need rules and regulations everywhere. So if the leadership is not enforcing that, people are gonna run wild. Still back to the
Mm.
Yeah, so it's back to our government, because even what I'm saying, imagine me, I studied biochemistry. When we did the industrial aspect of biochemistry, okay, let's take for instance brewery. It was just being explained, you do this, you do that. Even the facilities we don't have. Nothing to I cannot say as a student that you can, say, okay, this is how I can brew
Yes.
a beer or a wine, or or a drink, a soft drink. I can't. It was when I told myself, let me even visit these things. I knew I could, when I knew that you can pay a visit to this place, you can do this, and then I got to do an internship in a brewery, in brewery in Nigeria, in Lagos. And I saw
Yeah.
how these things are being done, and I'm like, oh my goodness, our education system has failed us completely.
Yeah.
Because imagine you are learning all these things and you are seeing it, they are happening. Why won't you be able to talk about it and even give them advice on one thing or the other?
Of course.
Sorry, Mr. John. Lastly,
No,
you were
it's fine.
opportune, Ms. Rivia, you were opportune to even get the opportunity to intern in a brewery. And as
Yes, I
such,
was because I was stubborn and I needed to know
yeah,
things.
you
I
should
asked
count
myself
yourself. You should
questions.
count yourself blessed then, because in my own time, nobody would accept you as an IT student unless you had connections. So you will see, I did microbiology. I was never shown an algae for once.
Ah,
Yes.
Yeah.
So you will see someone who studied industrial microbiology doing her IT and internship in the hospital. Is there any correlation? None at all. But that was what happened. Because a lot of students, they just stayed at home for that IT period and they went back and filled their log forms. Majority did not do any proper practical. So that you even saw a company that accepted you, you should be thanking God on your behalf because majority of us,
you are correct.
we didn't
You
get
are
that
actually
opportunity.
correct. You are correct.
Well, our experiences, there are quite a lot to share anyway. But then that's why now it's important that whatever experiences we have, we now do better in trying to help others, know more and, learn better as well, especially for the teachers amongst us, all that, because it's very important for this awareness now to go around, not just for what we're talking about tonight, but generally on different topics. Imagine not being able to learn the practical aspects of a course that you're studying in the university for 4 or 5 years. It is really, really terrible. It's bad. So one of the first things I've written here is fostering environmental awareness. So if you include climate change in the school curriculum, this becomes a platform for helping the learners understand the balance of nature and how climate change can disrupt this particular balance. So what happens? You tell the learners that, okay, certain activities on a daily basis can easily disrupt the proper working of the ecosystem. So if, for instance, you have, like I've seen in some areas that where I live, when there is this heavy rainfall, you see people just running out with these sacks. They come out with big sacks. You don't know what is in the sacks immediately until they come towards the gutters, and then they are emptying certain dirt into the gutters with the water flowing and taking all these things out. Now, yeah, they are trying to clear themselves of dirt and garbage and all that. But then what they are not looking at is the fact that there is impending danger somewhere ahead for not it may not be for them directly now, but indirectly it's still coming back to them because where those things are going to land, they create a mess and it's unhealthy one for everyone, especially if the sun hits it and then it gets maybe dried or partially dry. There is this smell and the rest of that. Or in some cases, there is this hole that tries to come up in certain parts of the road and then leading to an erosion, big gully, and the rest of that. Now, people do not see or think about all of these things. From that moment, they are just emptying dirt into the gutters. So it is now a question of, are they aware? Of course, in most cases, they are aware. They know that, okay, this thing they are doing is wrong. You are not supposed to pour dirt into the gutter. The gutters are there for channeling water or rain, out of. the environment. So why are you pouring that into that place? But they are doing this thing sometimes knowingly. Some are even unaware of this whole thing. They are not aware that these things will cause issues for them later. So it is important for climate change to be included in school curriculum for this very reason, so that as the learners in the school environment understand better that certain actions, certain human actions that happen on a daily basis can contribute to climate change, then what you now try to teach them is that there are sustainable practices that you can adopt for you to be able to reduce or put an end to certain dangers, certain issues that will come up from not doing the right thing in terms of taking care of the environment and it developing into something negative for everyone. Now, if you go around, like where I live in Abuja, in most cases you see these young boys who are scavengers picking bottles, empty plastic bottles and the rest of that from different dump sites, garbage sites and the rest of that. Now, they pick these things just for the sake of money now, because they go to sell these things and then make some money out of it. But at the same time, those plastics can actually be recycled. You can recycle them into different things. I've not delved into recycling myself in terms of using those plastics, but I know that you can use those plastics or even recycle them into other beneficial things. I think there have been recyclings in different forms, where they extract, some of these things and then create something new. I think I've heard about recycling pads, for instance, and the rest of that. These are things that if you do not teach them, if you do not teach or show them in schools, it is difficult for people to learn about these things. Now, what I see here is there is a chain, almost like a food chain now, where you have the school, where the learner is, and where you have a teacher. So the school includes climate change in their curriculum, for instance, and then the teacher is the one to impart that knowledge in the learners. So the learners now go home and transfer that knowledge to both their families and the environment. And then the environment tries to act on whatever they've been told. Now, this is also a way of moving that environmental awareness round from school to the learner to the home to the environment. So I feel this is why including climate change in the school curriculum is beneficial. Then secondly, there is developing critical thinking and problem solving skills. So there is a way that you can bring in certain problems, right, in class. And then you just let your learners flow. Okay, if this happens, what do you do? That sort of a situation. Or what do you think about this? Just like one of the speakers said. And then you hear your learners coming up with different views, different opinions about one particular situation. Okay, we can do this, we can do that. They are just harnessing all of those points together will also improve their critical thinking and problem solving skills, which is also important and a good reason why climate change inclusion in the school curriculum is beneficial. Then there is also promoting civic engagement and global citizenship. Now, climate change is a global issue. So since it's a global issue, you now require the attention of everyone, not just people in Nigeria or people in the UK or people in the US. It is now everyone. So if we include it in the school curriculum, it is now beneficial not just to the people in the school, the learners in the school, where you are teaching, for instance, but it's also important that this goes around everywhere you have a school in the world. So it becomes, since it's a global issue, it is now important that it is taught globally. So that if I live here and go to India, for instance, I can be able to talk about it freely and they will understand. There is no need for me to go there and then they'll say, oh, we've never heard about this before. And it becomes new to them. So teaching climate change is also a way to inspire learners to become involved in climate change activism and advocacy for sustainable policies. Then the final point here is preparing students for the future. So there are many things that climate change will actually do, one of which is to impact future job markets and living conditions. So if you include that in the school curriculum, it will only serve to equip the learners with the knowledge and skills to prepare and to also thrive in a changing world. So learners can also contribute to building a more sustainable and resilient future for themselves and also for future generations. Then, so what next? The what next is now looking like a rhetorical question here, but then it's what next for everyone here. So the next step in getting schools to include climate change in their curriculum, well, it's not an easy thing to do, but then the teachers, like I said earlier, are very important in this process, as well as the learners. So like I said, it's like a food chain. So from the school, the teachers, impart the knowledge to learners. Learners take that information to the home and their communities. So everybody now tries to join hands together to do what is right, to make sure that you do not dump dirt, anyhow, especially in flowing water, when you know that this can cause some health hazards and the rest of that. And then we try to recycle waste, we try to recycle some old materials and items, garbage in general, and all that. So here, let me conclude. So climate change education and inclusion in the school curriculum is very important, it's crucial for fostering environmental awareness, developing critical thinking skills, promoting civic engagement, and preparing learners for the challenges and opportunities for the future. So this fight for sustainability is a continuous one. So all of us, we're all encouraged to take the message of hope to everyone while also striving to make things better one day at a time. So thank you. So I'm done. If you have comments, questions, I can go. Hello?
Yeah, thank you so much, John. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Thank you. It was quite interactive. Thanks for this. And I believe you are the last speaker for this year's conference. Ifoma, did you see my message, please?
Oh,
Is that possible?
okay. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so okay, so John, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. Quickly, I'll call Ifoma to please help us to round up for this year's conference.
Okay, first off, thank you, Mr. John. It was indeed an insightful presentation and quite interactive too. Kudos. Thank you, everyone, for joining in this conference. Thank you to all the beautiful and amazing speakers from day one. In fact, I have learned more than a million things, lots of tips, lots of views, and I am sure everyone gained one or two. Thank you very much, Vivian. Thank you for giving us a platform to air our views. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be the change that we deserve to see, to be part of that change. I believe next year will be better. Next year will be, we'll have like a broader platform, and it's a clarion call for other teachers. I think we can start now to plan for next year if there are other platforms where we can be viewed on beyond just YouTube and Zoom. Yes, I think we need to engage the entire world, and hopefully, who knows, at some point we'll be interviewed on CNN, BBC, and all. That will be the goal, and we'll bring the reform we've always wanted back to Nigeria. Thank you. Stay tuned. Yeah. See you all next year, same time, by God's grace. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye, Ijoma. Bye, Oibola. Bye, Vivian. Bye, Mr. John. And everybody I listened to.
Before you guys go, there's somebody that collects plastics in Lagos. I use them. Send the message to whoever is interested, their contact. So you can recycle, take your plastics to them.
Oh, sounds nice. Okay. Yes, you can actually share the contact. We'll just save it, for individual schools that we either consult in or we have interactions with and share.
And the flyers.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a good one. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Thank you so much. See you guys in our platform. Bye.
Yes.